Hello. How's it going? Hello, hello. Hope you're all doing well. Just getting things set up here. And I think we're good. So, hey, Gomical, hello, and Roger, hello, hello, and Nicholas too, hello. I'm doing well. Very tired. So, I'm gonna try to stream as long as I can, but we'll see how long it goes. I ended up only getting like 2 hours of sleep last night, so I might crash. Who knows? I crashed earlier today while I was doing some work and just kind of fell asleep standing up, and I'm hoping I got like a second wind, but we'll see. Just a tip, don't get 2 hours of sleep. It's not good for you. Get a full night's sleep, or at least a few more hours than that. It's going to be much better for your health. We'll see how it goes. So for today's stream, I'm just going to be going into the Zelda animation that we've been working on previously, and I want to try and get most of the blocking done in the action area. And if I have time and if I have the energy, if I'm still awake, try to start blocking in the anticipation at the beginning and then the moving hold at the end. So those are my main goals for now. I also need to do a hand pass and a staff pass. Because there's going to be so much movement on the staff, I haven't quite done those yet, which normally I would do those right from the start. But I really want to make sure that the staff is locked in and doing exactly what I want before I have to do all the complex hand motions that'll go with that. And Noelia, hello! Or should I say, yo? Because that's a thing now. But let me actually share my desktop here so you guys can see what we ended up getting to on the last stream. So this is the animation here that we did last time. And the main thing that we ended up doing was we refined the hips so that the core motion of the character, the basic motion, feels good and feels correct. And I just noticed my webcam's off again. There you go, centered. So I got that, and then I refined some animation to make it a little bit better. I also retimed some stuff, but there's definitely some things that aren't working. For example, we are missing the anticipation. I've only animated the hips here at the beginning, so I'm going to layer in the rest of the animation through this. I also need to add a little bit of a moving hold right here at the end because she just kind of settles very harshly. And I want to break down some of the motions in the center of the action sequence. And the big reason for this is, looks like I just lost all my custom menus in Maya. Oh well. I don't think I had too much in there anyway. I'll just have to quickly remake a selection mask or quick select set here. So give me 1 second. I think I accidentally reset my my preferences during a demo in a Q&A, and I probably just didn't reset them back, which is fine because I actually did need to reset my preferences anyway. So what I'm doing is, because I have an FK-IK switch going on throughout this scene, I'm just scrubbing through to make sure that I have all of the controls selected. If you have a GUI picker, you just click a button, it selects everything, so that's much easier. But if ever you do have FK-IK switches, you just scrub through and add to your selection. And that'll make sure you have everything. Don't just select on one frame and then that's it, or else you're going to be missing quite a bit of stuff. There we go. So now I've got a button right here. So if anyone's curious how I did that, I just went to create a sets, quick select set. So what that does is, now if ever I need to reselect all of these objects, I can just click this button, done. Everything's selected. So that can be very handy, especially when you start working on some more complex stuff. and especially if your rig doesn't have a GUI picker, or if you just want like selections of just one arm or one foot, or like all just sections. Let's see, the whole show is a nice pace and wait. I'll have to check out that shot. I don't know if I watched or saw the last version. And Greg, hello. Okay, so let me close the outliner here. Don't need to see that. And let's get into this. So the first thing I'm going to do is just figure out where I need some more frames. So I'm aiming to have this every keys every 2 to 4 frames, if not certain areas on ones. Now I'm not going to go all the way on ones yet, because that would be a little overkill without making sure I have the staff in place. But I do want to make sure I have the core areas and I'm not missing information. So for example, what I mean by missing information is we've got these two poses here that go from one contact, or close to a contact, to another, and nothing in between. It just transitions from one to the next. So I want to clean that up. I'll just have to check it on the site then. I definitely want to check that out. Okay, so I'll need another key here. This is on 3, 3. I'll need another key here, even though this is a slow motion, and technically, like, it is a big motion, but I do want it to kind of feel a little slower so it's more visible. I don't want Maya to handle this. This is something I want to break down myself. And since this is 6 frames, so we're going from frame 40 to frame 46, I'm going to break it down with 2 breakdowns. One on 42 and one on 44. This way I have a few more keys, and if I have to put a certain section on ones, it's much easier than if I put it right in the middle at 43, and then I've got 3 and 3, because those 2 sections are going to be harder to break down. Okay, 46 to 50. I probably want another breakdown here just to clean this area up, because it's a moving hold, or sorry, not a moving hold, but there's a lot of motion that has to be very specific in the way it's transitioning. Doom music. I need to play Doom someday. I only ever played it. It was Doom or Serious Sam. Maybe it was Doom. When I was really young, back when we first got a computer. Okay, I probably want another in between here as well, because this is a big pop in motion, and you can see how the arms are transitioning. One is pointing up, and then on the next frame the other one's pointing down. So I need to describe that action a little bit more there. I'll need a breakdown. I don't necessarily need one here. 66, it's 5 frames, so I should add one anyway. And then this will need one here. Yeah, so we can start breaking things down a little bit more. And as I'm doing it, I'm going to also try to push the poses as much as I can. So let's see. Sorry, I'm looking at my camera and it bugs me that in my animation position when I'm sitting to animate, that camera is in the wrong spot. I think that's better. There you go. I don't like being right at the edge of the screen. I did not watch The Irishman, although I've heard some really good things about it. Watched it yesterday. I'm super on hype on it. Nice. I definitely want to check that out. Just for the technology alone of the de-aging technology, that seemed really cool. I know it's kind of a controversial topic in terms of actors and for example, if you have the main controversial topic, if no one's heard about this, is if you're de-aging old actors, well, now aren't you taking away jobs from new actors? Because you can just keep using the same like really popular actors for everything for much longer, which is technically, I would say, a valid argument or a valid concern, but at the same time it is pretty cool. I must say, especially the way they get so much detail and life in it. Okay, so how do I want to do this? The big thing I want to do is I don't want to ruin the curves that I already had. So you can see here how this curve, this is the hip curve that's transitioning nicely there. I don't want to set a key and lose that animation that I've done. So let's do it this way. I'm going to turn off stepped preview, which is going to make this very weird looking, because now her hips are going to be moving normally. And let's insert the keys. Okay. And Fabian, hello! How's it going? So, let's take our pose here. So the big thing here is that we're going to have this nice transition here. The hips currently are not going to be working too great. So we've got that. And the reason they're not working too great is because of the rotations. I've actually done most of the translations throughout this shot. But I definitely need to work on the rest. Okay, I kind of want that linear. So right through here, just to explain what I'm looking at, there's this kind of flat area between the keys. I actually do want that because this is the character jumping in midair. She shouldn't be easing into the next position or anything. She's going from one contact to the next. It should be linear. She's moving in midair. And then from there, that momentum of landing, I kind of want to use it to increase her speed so that she gets up into this flip right there. Need fresh people on screens, but I love so much these old monsters, and the CGI is great too. Yeah, when they do it right, it's fantastic. And it's so cool to see these actors coming back for roles that they didn't get a chance to do before. Because of the technology of the time or whatever. So I'm kind of a fan of it. I can see the potential issues, but it is a cool new potential era of films. And then that goes into a whole topic of like resurrecting actors who are deceased and using them for new films, which that's a bit of a trickier situation, mostly because it falls into who has the rights and do they have rights still. Yeah, that's kind of getting into a very interesting moral issue. Let's see here. Same thing. This should be kind of flat right here. So a little bit more like that. I don't want that curve to change or ease in or out mid-jump. That's going to make things look physically strange. I can imagine just massive complication of laws, ethics, and right. Yeah, exactly. I am not qualified to talk about that kind of, or to figure that out. I do not know enough about that kind of stuff. I do find it fascinating in the sense of what it could lead to, but to actually debate it, I couldn't go either way. Okay, so her hips start there, come up. Let's hold it a little bit more there. I kind of want to have this pose hold a little bit. Now the rotate Y, same thing. I might actually overshoot it right here. They will be on the Star Wars, right? Yeah. In that case, like, at the time she was still alive, so that was de-aging her. But then you have Grand Moff Tarkin, who was originally played by... Now I'm gonna forget his name. I totally forgot his name. He played Van Helsing before. Grand Moff Tarkin was played by... Oh my god, I just totally forgot. I've got Vincent Price stuck in my head. They acted together, but... Oh geez. Totally forgot. Blanked on his name. But anyway, when they brought him back, that falls into that category of, well, is that ethical? Christopher Plummer. Okay, yeah, I think that's right. So, is that correct to bring him back when he hasn't given his consent to be in the film or anything like that? Peter Wilson? No, I think it... Christopher Plummer. I've got to check this now. Grand Moff Tarkin. Which was played by... Peter Cushing, that's it. I don't know why I forgot. Peter Cushing. So I personally liked to see him back in the film just because I love Star Wars. But it is an interesting debate. Let's see. Let's get those hips unselected. I'm just going to tween the body. Now, whenever I tween the body, I've talked about this at length before. I never use the pose that Maya just gives me, and I tweened the wrong pose. The wrong frame. Okay. What is... Oh. I've got one curve that's got some keys that are offset. Where are you? Okay, that's better. Okay, so let's tween, boop, weep, boop, and hey, one platypus. That is an awesome username. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay, so I've just done a basic tween here. Now, personally, I'm not a fan of the tween machine. In the sense of, and this is just, I need to clarify this, it is a great tool. Definitely use it if you can. It's going to speed up your workflow. However, if you are using it, be careful with it because it is very easy to become a lazy animator. Now, what I mean by a lazy animator is, well, for example, I just tween this and I can go, done, pose, let's move on, and just keep doing that for the rest of the shot. And I'm going to animate super quick. Except this pose is not good. It's just a straight in between. I might as well just hit splines and then call it a day. Instead, I need to take each element that I tweened and try to think through how they should be moving. So for example, with the feet, we'll start with that here first. Should the foot move kind of in a straight line here, or should it have a bit of an arc? Same thing with the other foot that's up in the air here. Right now it goes up, and then because it's tweening, it's just going straight through. Well, do I want that? The hip is going up on this frame. Do I want the foot to go up, or should the foot lead? Should the foot drag behind? And in this case, I think I want the foot to kind of come up just a little bit more so we can kind of sell that arc. Maybe drag the toes a little bit more. Peter Cushing was a bad thing for Star Wars, the CGI, I guess. I feel like the person on the CGI thing should be the same. Yeah, that's a limit of technology, definitely. If we could use the tween tool, can we call it the Pratt tool? You could if you want. If it helps you remember to use it wisely. It is definitely one of those tools of, like, with great power comes great responsibility. It is an amazing tool for speeding up your workflow, but you have to use it wisely. Do not abuse the tween tool. I think I kind of want the foot should lead forward, but I'm getting kind of a straight line right there, which I'm not a fan of. So I might bring it back just a little bit. Okay, so it's going up, or at least arcing a little bit more. So the foot's still coming down as the hip's going up. So I'm getting some counter animation, but it's moving in an arc now. Yeah, the first streamer to know that plaid is pronounced plaid. Everyone else, oh yeah, I have heard that plaid. So it would be one platypus. Yeah, I'm Canadian, so for us there's a lot of that sound, the plaid, a boot, those weird things. Z, gotta say our Z. But I do love that username. Not enough people use the platypus. Platypus needs to be more popular. Such a cool animal. Let's see. I'm looking at the translate Z here. There you go. See, Z. Z sounds better than Z. I think so too. I find it has a cool cool sound to it, because we've got letters like C and D and B. There's a lot of E sounds already. Z just kind of adds more to it. But Z, how many letters have that at the name? It's unique. Interesting. So I think I want to kind of push this back a little bit here on this pose to give myself some place to go. And this is something I've been talking a lot about in recent streams and just Q&As that I teach, is try to give yourself somewhere to go with your animation. So the way it was before, my translate Z of the foot basically just moved in a basic line, and I want it to move in a much cooler arc. So to do that, I'm going to push the amount it moves here so that we start getting that arc. Now, ideally, the arc that I would want is something like this, so it eases in. But I don't think I'll be able to get away with that on this frame unless I tweak my translate Y, which we could give it a try. This is why you don't want to be locked into your posing and like, well, I posed it out this way, it's gotta stay. That's it, that's all. I'm done. No, if you can find a way to improve something, do it. So for example here, if I raise this foot up here, I could increase how stompy that motion is going to be. I think I kind of want to bring it down though, so it kind of thrusts forward right there. Okay. Just platypus should take over the world. They've got the poison for it. In Portuguese, it sounds like ze. Sounds like the A, or ze. Nice. But before the ze. That's cool. I like that one. In French, it's ze. Or, yeah, I guess Portuguese and French, I guess, is pretty close. Z. Not Z, but Z. So, okay, so that's feeling better on that foot. But one thing I'm noticing is that both feet are kind of moving in unison, which I'm not a fan of. And what I mean by moving in unison is, let me just reset these controls here first. Oop. If we watch the foot and one leg compared to the other, and watch specifically the negative space. So the negative space is the space between the actual silhouette. If we look at that amount here and here, and then here and here, and then here and here, it's very similar. There's a little change, but not much. I want to push that so that we can definitely feel a change in that negative space. Now this pose definitely needs to be pushed so that she actually pushes off the ground here, which I'm gonna have to tweak that because this foot needs to actually come forward. Oop, too far. No, wrong frame. Boop. Those toes shouldn't feel like they slip. Okay. And so tight. Hello, how's it going? Okay, so we've got that. But now on this frame, I need to make sure that that foot kind of changes a little bit. So maybe it'll come up. How do I want to do this? That foot is actually leading the action. So you can see how the one foot stays in the air and the other one kind of comes across quickly. So maybe on this frame, do I maybe move it closer like that? Yeah, kind of like that. So we create this offset where the feet are together. The screen left foot goes further away. Screen right foot comes in. The knee's going to have to be adjusted. And then they separate again. So it creates this little bit of a interesting spacing to the feet. It kind of gives a little bit more of an explosive force to that foot. Now it contacts on that edge there, so I don't want to push it too much. Let's get that knee in place and maybe lower this a little bit. That's better. So now those feet are a little bit more interesting. It's not much, but it's enough. I kind of want to see if I can bring this up. And Trax, thank you so much for the subscription. That's awesome. Thank you so much. One day I need to figure out how to get that song, because I don't know how loud it is for you guys, that song to play and like mute the rest of the music so that we can just hear the Mario soundtrack. Okay, I think I want to do that. Yeah, that creates a little bit more oomph in that foot motion there. Are you the animator for Zelda? No, I wish I was. This is a free rig. It's available to anyone. If you have Maya, you can use it. And it's here. If you type in !rig, there's the link to the rig. It was made by Christoph. He is an awesome rigger. He also streams on Twitch, and he makes a lot of free-to-use rigs. So, yeah, definitely if you're interested in animation, and especially if you want to animate Zelda, I definitely recommend that. He also has another version of Zelda, as well as a Link rig, which is really cool as well. So I definitely recommend checking it out. I started this project just as a kind of test to see how what's the right word I'm looking for? To see how solid the rig was. So like, does it feel good to animate with? Like, are the controls working? All of that stuff. And so far, I really love it. It's just, it has a good solid feel. It's fast, it's responsive. Just an awesome rig overall. Might like animation. I like art. Nice. Animation's a lot of fun. Especially, at least for me, what I love most about animation is that moment when a character suddenly feels alive. You're animating them, you're just moving a rig, basically. It's just a puppet. And then suddenly there's this moment where you're looking at the character and they feel like they're thinking, like they're breathing and living. And for me, that's a lot of fun. Let's see. So for this jump here, I want the spine to hold back. So you can, visually, I'm twisting the body screen right to hold it back just a little bit this way. This is going to add a little drag to the spine versus what was happening before, just the spine lurching forward. Now the legs will lead this action and it'll make more of an impact here. But as the character is jumping, I also want to have them twist so that the body starts to lead this way. So this is going to make a nice contrasting motion where instead of just the whole chest dragging behind, we get this offset of one axis dragging and then the other axis kind of leading the action. Kind of want to drag the rotate X on the hips here. See if I can. Just a little. That's a little better. Okay. So that's the body. That was pretty quick. Hey John, hello! How do you like CTN? It was awesome. I really enjoyed going to CTN this year. I actually got, Cameron and I both got to enjoy the convention a little bit more than we normally do, in the sense of, we always enjoy the convention, but actually going to panels and participating in the convention in that sense. Usually we're too busy kind of working at the booth to really get some things in there. So that was a fun change of pace. Let's see. I think I'm dragging it a little too much here. This pose is changing quite a bit right there, which I kind of want to lean into a little bit more, but we'll see. Let's see. I think I'm going to donate to Christoph when I get this rig. Yeah. For me, I would highly recommend, if you get this rig, it's a free rig, but give him $1. Like, I would recommend like $5, just because rigs are very useful and you'll get a lot of use out of this one. It's worth it. But even just $1 would be super helpful. Or if you want, you could subscribe to his channel. I don't know the exact link to it. It might be on the rig site there. But check out his Twitch channel and subscribe to it, even if you're just using Twitch Prime. That would be an awesome way to support his work as well. And then you can watch him work on the next rig, which that one looks really cool as well. It's a little bit more anime-esque, which should be really cool. Okay. So right now what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to figure out how I want this to move for the arms. So we've got one arm that's pointing straight out here, which I'm not a fan of. I want to raise that higher just so we get a little bit more of a line here. And then maybe the arm starts to come down a little sooner. So as the body comes up, the arm starts to come down. Create that offset right in there before coming through here. I left some notes on your latest anim. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Let's see. It's just I don't think there's a way to donate a small amount of money to him. If you go to his Gumroad, it should say like how much do you want to pay for this file. So for example, by default it'll just be set to 0, and then you should just be able to add the amount. So instead of just paying 0, you could pay 5 or $1 or whatever. I believe so. He might have that option turned off, I'm not sure. Now let's see, staff here. The big thing with the staff is it needs to come away from her head or else she's going to smack herself with it. So let's select that. I've got too many controls around this staff at this point. I modded it a little bit to add some functionality, which I'm hoping is going to be really cool when I get to that point. So I'm dragging the arm back here a little bit, specifically so that as she's going to come down, it'll feel like she's using that arm as a way to build momentum for the flip. Now, for the rotation of it, I have a few choices. I could either, yeah, I think let's keep it a little bit still right there and then have it move faster there. You can offer to pay for the free rigs. Yeah, you definitely can. Let's get this rotation flowing a little bit more so that leads in. Now I'm gonna have to watch my silhouette there. I don't want it to cross her face like that. I want to keep her face visible. I just figured out the coolest thing in Maya. Ooh, what's that? And hello, Daniel. There's a toon shader preset to give pencil outlines. Oh yeah. I don't think I've ever talked about this in a stream, but if you go to the hypershade, rendering hypershade, you have a toon shader, which, let's find it here. Now, actually, I have Arnold. I know it was in Mental Ray. There's the toon shader. But there is a toon material here in Arnold, which I'll try to remember where it is exactly. I think it might be AI flat. Or there's another. You can use Arnold to get cartoon effects, but also if you go into your render settings, by default you'll see that there's Maya Software, Maya Hardware, but then you have Maya Vector, which allows you to render in a kind of 2D cell shaded look. So it is very versatile. And then I think there was another one. Oh, and Roger, if you have a CTN question, definitely feel free to ask. And let's see, how many bits for text to speech? I don't think I have text to speech turned on here, so unfortunately none. Have you gone back to Animation Mentor? Let's see. I saw the picture from Blue Sky. It looked so cool. Switch from modeling to render as it's. Oh yeah, there's that too. So let's see, it's right here. this white outline thing. But if you go to rendering, it's also here. So I've used it before in the past. I like that they added it to the menu here. It didn't used to be that way. And yeah, it's really cool. It definitely allows you to get a little bit more of a different stylistic choice, which is always cool when you have that power in your work. Now let's keep that arm back here a little bit. There we go. I'm going to class 5 next term. Starts on the 30th for me. Yeah, that's awesome. It'll be nice to see your work again. Let's see. Okay, there's the question. I'm thinking about going to CTN in 2020. I watched a lot of videos about it and it looks super cool. You all are always talking about how great it is, but about me going, do you think that it's good for someone from far going to US just to be on CTN? Is that worth it? I don't want to sound rude here, questioning how... No, that's a valid question. I'm from Canada, which isn't that far, and it is expensive. Flights are crazy expensive. If you're outside of like Canada and the US, that's even more so. Like, that is a lot of money for a weekend. Just a weekend at a convention, which is, even though it's good, like, yeah, there's other things money can be spent on too. I don't want to... Okay, it's just that I'll have to make a big amount of effort to be there. So I got to be sure it works for foreigners. Oh, no worries about the long question. So is it worth it? It depends on what you go there for. That would be my... I think the best answer I could give. If your goal for CTN is just to hang out and have fun, get to meet some people, for me it's worth it because I know so many people there that it becomes a weekend of just like getting to meet up and talk, and it's non-stop. But if you don't really know anyone and you're just there to kind of see who you can meet and chat with them, everyone's so busy that they don't really have too much time to talk personally. If you're going there to learn and go to as many panels as you can and to kind of get insights from the pros, that's a little bit more worth it. But to be fair, a lot of that information can be found online nowadays. So if you go to YouTube and check out Sir Wade's channel. If you don't know his channel, it's linked down below. I'm not saying that you're not going to learn things at CTN. You're going to learn a lot. But it's not going to be as... Well, especially if you're coming overseas, it's expensive. That's where it boils down to, really. Yeah, he is great. He's awesome. So if you check out like his channel, I also know that CTN has, I believe, if I remember correctly, a online pass so that you can see a lot of the panels online without having to travel there. So that could be a possible solution for you instead of having to travel so much. It's not as interesting as actually being there, and you don't get kind of a vacation out of it, but it is a possibility. Let's see. In terms of if you're looking for a job and you're looking for contacts, I would recommend no one go to CTN in the hopes of getting a job. Mostly because a lot of people are already doing that. And while companies are kind of keeping an eye out for new talent and looking at reels and stuff, they are not exclusively looking for new people to hire. It's more just kind of seeing what's new, who's new and upcoming. So your chances of getting a job at CTN, some people do, and I know a few people who got jobs this last CTN, but that's rare. More often than not, is you're just going to kind of have your list put onto a name, or have your name put onto a list of people that they might kind of keep in mind for the future. Which is still pretty good, but let me put it this way. As an animator, your reel is your biggest thing. That's going to be the thing that really gets you the job. So you could spend a lot of money, especially if you're coming overseas, is a lot of money, flying to CTN for a weekend, and watching a few panels and showing your current reel to these studios in the hopes that they'll like it. Or you can spend that money on a workshop. So going to Animation Mentor, Anim School, iAnimate, any of those, taking one of their workshops, or like any online workshop. Sean Lee, who's also linked down below, has a workshop that he does, which is not that expensive. It's really reasonable, and he's awesome. And you expand your skills that way, dedicated learning with actual critiques, and then you apply all those skills to your reel and submit your reel to the companies from home, and your reel is going to be better. They're going to be more interested in you, versus if you go to CTN, they're still going to be interested, but if your work is better, they're more interested. That's really what it comes down to. So I don't want to make it sound like you shouldn't go at all and it's totally not worth it. I really don't want to make it sound like that. And I know it's kind of, that's what it's coming off as. It is a lot of fun. It is worth it. But when you're paying a lot of money, unless you have a specific goal for CTN, so for example, let's say you're graduating from Animation Mentor and the graduation is in that area. Well, it's fun to attend your own graduation. It's a vacation. It's a good reward for finishing a very tough course and kind of getting into that industry. It's also a good chance to meet all your friends that you've made through your time at AM. So in that sense, if you're doing all of that, then yes, it is worth it. But if all you're doing is going to CTN just for like a panel or two, or just to see what it's like, I would say your money's better spent on improving your own skills. I hope that makes sense. I want to be on my graduation, but it'll only happen in 2021. Yeah, so I would wait until then. Instead of going in 2020 and like using that money for attending CTN, use that money to attend a workshop. You don't have to spend it now, but like once you graduate, go to a workshop, attend CTN for your graduation, and your reel is going to be better. And that's when it's going to be even more useful for you, because now the studios are going to be much more interested. Even if your skill just is a little bit better, it's amazing how much of a difference that makes. So I hope that helps. I hope it makes sense. And again, this is not to bash CTN or any convention like that. If you live in the area, then it's very easy because, well, you don't have to travel far. But for those who live outside of the States, it can get crazy expensive. And I wouldn't want to see people go there just to go back home and go, well, that was interesting. Which it is very interesting. But yeah, I'm gonna stop talking because I'm just weaving on my tangent here. I've got no conclusion. Now let's see, I did notice some questions here. It makes a lot of sense for sure. I'm collecting all information about it because I want to plan my 2020 goals. Nice. So what are the differences between Animation Mentor and iAnimate? differences between the two. Let's see. They're very similar. iAnimate and Anim School were founded by animation mentor mentors. So basically, all three schools are really good. Honestly, I will say that whatever school you pick, you're not going to pick wrong. And all three different schools have just slightly different ways of teaching things and approaching certain topics. And honestly, one isn't better than the other. It's just different. And for anyone who's been in AM or gone to an online school, oh, take care, Greg. So if you've been to Animation Mentor or any of these schools, I lost my train of thought there. You'll know that one of the biggest things that comes with learning, so when you're trying to learn a new skill, it isn't so much the let me rephrase this here so it's clear. One of the biggest things about learning is that sometimes you will have someone tell you something and it's not going to make any sense. So I could tell you, oh, you just animate this and you just ABC done, haha. And you'll look at me and just go, what are you talking about? It makes no sense. But then you'll hear someone else say the exact same thing, but worded differently. And it clicks. Or they present it in a slightly different way and it clicks. And I've seen that happen many times with my students. I've seen it happen with me when I went through AM. One mentor would tell me something. I would have another mentor. It's like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. And it's not that the original mentor wasn't teaching it correctly. It's just you have to hear it in a specific way. And that's how I kind of like to look at all three schools, is that they present all the same information. Animation is the 12 principles of animation, and there's just these kind of acting and what's the right word I'm looking for? Acting resources and tips and tricks that you can learn. And beyond that, it's mostly your skill and how much you practice. It's kind of like art, just drawing. So it's going to be a lot of what you put into it. This makes sense. I graduate next year. I can animate it with a bit more confidence. Yeah. So to kind of take a long thing and make it a lot shorter, because I'm wavering again. This is what happens when you don't get much sleep. Like 2 hours of sleep, don't do that. Get more than that, or else you start rambling. Oh, that's awesome. Let's see. I actually want to see this article myself. But in terms of like actual differences, they're very similar. Okay, yeah, this is way out of date already. Like the Q&A sessions, it says it used a little Flash application within AM. That's not right. What year was this? Oh yeah, whoa, this is way out of date. I would take this with a grain of salt. This has, both schools, iAnimate and AM, have changed a lot since 2010. Like 2010, that was before I took AM. So I took AM in 2011, I think it was when I started. And like from when I started to today, it's unrecognizable because of all the changes, and the curriculum has changed. They've added things, they've removed things. So yeah, you can definitely kind of take a look at it, but honestly, the best thing is just compare the school's websites. Go to animationmentor.com, ianimate.com, I believe, and just compare their stats. Now, I will say on paper, the biggest thing that's going to be different is the price. That's going to be the big thing. AM is the most expensive of the three online schools, the three main online schools. Anim School, iAnimate, and Animation Mentor. AM is the most expensive. So already, if your budget doesn't allow for that, I would say don't put yourself in financial strain just for a school. Life is life is worth more than being in debt. It is one of the reasons why I went to AM versus Cal Arts or something. Not only because I actually kind of prefer that because they teach 100% animation, but I didn't want to be $200,000 in debt. That is not a future that appeals to me, to have those bills to pay. So if you can't afford AM, or if it's going to be a real struggle, do what's best for you. And this is coming from, like, I work for AM. I love AM. I don't ever want to see someone struggle financially because of the school they went to and have to deal with that for the rest of their lives. That is not worth it. I would agree with Daniel there. If you want to learn, if you don't have any animation experience or very little, AM is fantastic. Both my brother and I, when we took AM, we had zero animation experience. Absolutely nothing. We didn't know how to do, like, how to set a key, anything. I had used Maya before, but only in modeling and rigging kind of stuff. Cameron had never opened Maya until the very first day of class, which was a big eye-opener for him. Yeah, so that's the biggest thing on paper. Kind of like when you're comparing the sites, that's the big glaring thing. Oh, take care, Roger. Thank you so much for dropping by. Now, another thing that is, let me make sure I think this through. Okay, so there's going to be two other things that are important to keep in mind. Animation Mentor, unlike other schools, does not record their Q&As with the mentors, which at first seems like, what the heck? All the other schools record their Q&As, but AM doesn't. Man, that sucks. What if I miss a class? I'm going to not be able to watch the Q&A? That sucks. And it does. If you have to miss the Q&A, it sucks that you miss that information. But there is a reason for this. And that is because if you don't record a Q&A, the mentors can be more honest with you, in the sense that they don't have to be worried about what's on an NDA as much. And this is like, if you ever go to CTN and stuff, those panels that Disney and lots of those big companies do, most of them are never recorded, because the people talking on those panels are talking about stuff that is within a studio. They cannot talk about it outside of the studio, and they've been given special permission to do so. Animation Mentor has that. So in the Q&As, you get, I don't want to say behind the scenes stuff, because they're not like breaking NDAs and talking about, oh, I'm working on Star Wars, here's all the behind the scenes stuff. No, like that's going a little too far beyond the NDA. But they are going to be able to give more information than other schools can provide, or than other schools provide on certain topics. And even in this stream, I can't really say because of the NDA stuff. NDAs are fun. Fun. Always be careful of NDAs. When you're working at a studio, the NDA is law. You never want to break or what's the word I'm looking for? Mistreat the NDA. You want to follow the NDA to the letter. This is going to be very important for your career. If you can't do that, studios are not going to want to hire you. So yeah, in that case, AM, for me personally, I like that aspect. But what if you know that your job has crazy hours? One week you're going to be working in the morning, next week you're working at night. you can't dedicate, every Tuesday at 10 p.m. I'm going to be watching my Q&A, haha. In that case, the other two schools might be a better choice, because now at least you're not missing out on the material every week. If you can dedicate the time and you know that, yeah, I'm going to be there every week, no problem. And then you get that extra bit. So again, it's not one is better than the other. It's better for certain people. Now, I will say the one thing that for me personally makes AM my school of choice, that's again me personally. All three schools are fantastic. I know people who've gone to all of them. I know the founders of the other two schools. They are amazing people. I talk to them at CTN, and every year it's just so much fun to get to meet up with them and just say hi. They are so much fun, and that's the founders. They put their heart and soul in their schools. Same with AM. Bobby Beck, the founder, and Sean and Carlos put their heart and soul in AM. You're not going to go wrong with any of them. But for me personally, the reason I would pick AM is because of the community. And you can see it in this stream here. Most of the people in this stream are AM students. And at CTN, as you're walking around the convention, you see AM students everywhere. They're wearing the AM shirt. A bunch of students made their own shirts, which was fantastic. And then you'd see that shirt everywhere. I would agree with Daniel there. It is one of the best communities in the world. I've made some of my best friends in AM when I was a student. I'm still making friends in the school. It is fantastic. And the reason this is important is that as animators, one of the biggest things that is going to help us get jobs is the community we have. If you are working on your own and never participating, you're going to suffer a lot animation wise, both in skills and in getting a job. So for me, that is a huge plus that I would never go without. Yeah, and sorry, I keep saying AM. I should say Animation Mentor. So I hope that helps. And I did see your question, One Platypus. There is no song request, unfortunately. I'm just playing an online radio. If you actually type in here, music, this is one of my favorite radio stations because it just plays game music. And I love video game music. So I hope that answers your question about the differences in the schools. Aside from that, the differences become very minimal. It's class length versus Q&A length, and the recorded critiques versus live critiques, which again, that comes down to personal preference, because I personally prefer recorded critiques because I can rewatch them over and over. The other problem with live critiques, at least for me personally, is when you've got a whole class of people, it takes away from the content that you could also be learning. So because of all the questions that come up when you're in a Q&A, it takes time. So that's again personal. Some people much more prefer live critiques. That's not wrong. It's just different. Disney, Blizzard, and Pixar animators offering them. That said, another big option if you have experienced animator is private mentorship. Yeah, that's another way. Now with private mentorship, the big thing to watch out for is that if you're new to animation, do they have a curriculum? Because if they're just giving you random assignments, that might be hard to learn from. But it is definitely an option. Now I didn't notice I missed a few questions here, so let me go up in the chat and make sure I didn't lose them. And if you have any other questions on that, definitely let me know. Okay, so oh boy, I missed a lot of questions. I went on some tangents there. Okay, I'm having trouble animating the stand rig doing a ballet spin. The ball twist can only go up to 180 degrees, but I want to spin 2 360 degree cycles. I wonder if you know any method to fix it. I would not use the ball spin for that. For me personally, and you can see it in this shot, when the foot's on the ground, I'm not using kind of a ball attribute to rotate the foot. I'm just rotating the main movement. So let's find a spot here. And let me just frame through it. So like right here, the foot kind of offsets and rotates right there. Even here, like you've got this slide of the foot. All I'm doing is animating this main control and then repositioning the foot. It seems like a lot more work, but it's going to kind of give you some simple motions that you can do. Now, if you want to simplify it and you don't want to use like the ball, or you want something like the ball twist, what you can do is put a locator at the point that you want the foot to rotate. So you've got your foot here, and let's say I want to rotate it here. You put a locator there, and as the foot comes down, you constrain the foot to the locator. And then you just animate the locator spinning, and then you can just get that. And you, instead of doing a parent constraint, you could just do an orient constraint, or just like constrain the, do a parent constraint, but in the options. So constrain parent, open up the options, and only do the rotate Y. This way, as you move the foot, it's only the rotate Y that's affected. You can still animate all the other attributes on the foot, no problem. So that's one way I would do it. I would probably do it with the locator method if I really wanted to just get that perfect spin. So I hope that helps. And if you have questions on how to do that, let me know. Let's see, my goal is to know people, go to the panels, and show my face around to get known. Okay. Before I go, I have a small thing for you to show the viewers. It involves cute cats. Oh no, did I miss it? Oh no! Gonna catch up with the chat. Can give you one great about Animation Mentor is the community. Yeah, so definitely agree there. I didn't even realize. You want to learn animation from the ground up? Okay. It's not worth it. I went to college and now I'm in debt, and I really wish someone told me about AM. Yeah, exactly. Never go into debt for a school. That's personally my kind of life philosophy. Some people it works out for, but for me, debt is not something to be played around with without a really good like reason and like plan. And the problem with college is it's a gamble. You never know if you're going to get a job. That's really, to be honest, that's true. You never know if you're going to get a job after college. And I don't like those odds. Okay. I think I finally caught up. Yeah, and Daniel, like Daniel says, if you do take private mentorship, make sure they're legit. Do your research. Talk to some previous students of theirs if you can. I know a few private mentorships that ended up kind of, I wouldn't call them a scam, but they didn't learn much from it. It was basically just show me your work and I'll look at it kind of things. So you do want to watch out for that. But it is still a good option. Just trying to get this foot working here. I might stretch the leg on this pose. We'll see. Okay, so the hips are coming up. Now, for the flip, I might bring the body back up a little bit here. No, we'll see. I don't want to change my core poses too much here. Now here, do I want to... No, I think that's good. I might push the hips down lower though, on these two frames. The big reason is this is going to be a big anticipation and I really want it to feel big. And by making it lower, I'm going to increase that energy that goes into that flip. Just exaggerate that a little bit more. Okay. And this is also going to allow me to get this foot flat on the ground a little bit more. And the reason I want this foot flat is if I can hold the foot a little longer on the ground here. And let's not move it quite so much. If I can keep it flatter on the ground for just a little longer, it's going to give the foot a little bit more power to it. So it'll feel like she's pushing off of her foot a little bit more. And let's get that knee kind of moving forward there so we get a nice line. Hey Blue, how's it going? I'm doing well. Tired. I keep looking at the screen and it looks like my eyes are super squinty and just kind of staring at the screen. I ended up not getting too much sleep last night, so I'm kind of running on fumes, I guess you could say. But it's all good. I'm getting to animate, so that's fun. Okay, so that comes through. Now, let me actually tear off a copy here. So what I'm doing is, this is hard because I'm using multiple monitors. I can only share one monitor. But what I like to do when I'm working, especially when I'm doing like finesse animation, is I'll just tear off a copy of my screen, my shot camera, go full screen, and just put it on my other monitor. And what this allows me to do is, instead of trying to look at the tiny little spacing on this tiny little screen here, I can just turn my head and see a bunch of detail that I wouldn't normally be able to see. So that's just kind of a personal workflow. I like to get details in. Actually, now that I've kind of brought this, I think I can maybe bring this back up just a little bit so we get a little bit more of an explosive out instead of just an ease. Really get those hips to lead the action here. Yeah. My second monitor is used for my graph editor. How did you duplicate your screen? Oh, you just go to Panel, Tear Off Copy. So you can either tear off or tear off copy. So I could like have one here. Let's go to Panel, Tear Off Copy. Oh, and there's another one. Panel, tear off. So I can make as many copies as I want of this. And I find this very helpful because it basically allows you to, like, on my other monitor, I could have the graph editor and my shot camera and just like a little bit smaller, or like half the size of the screen. Yeah, especially if you have multiple cameras. Often I had one shot that I had like 4 camera changes in succession, and that was different. I had a shot where I wanted to look at my scene from multiple angles, and I just tore off all of them and then put them on my second monitor. So that way I'm animating and I'm just looking at my main view here, which is the shot camera and my work camera. Those are the two most important cameras. And then the other scene was just extra information for me. So I had like a facial camera, so I could just get super close on the face and just look at that. And it's just like I constrained it to the face. So as the character is moving in space, that camera is just locked to their face. Now, when you're doing this, Yeah, I don't like animating with a small graph editor, to be honest. In my own work, I never do this. When I'm working, my layout is like this. I animate with just that, or usually, depending on the project I'm working on, I'll just have this. So my work camera full screen. I have my shot camera on one monitor, my graph editor on the other monitor, and I work with that. I have 4 monitors. One of them is too far away, so I don't really use it too much for actual working because I have to keep twisting my neck too far and it hurts after a bit. But with 3 monitors, I find that's usually enough. So that's my usual layout. For streams and stuff like that, I can't really just show you guys, oh, see, this is what I'm doing, and then I hit play and I'm just looking like that, and I want to be able to show you guys everything I'm working with, so I use the 1 monitor layout, which still works pretty well, but you definitely have to squint a little bit more. And Cinema, hello! Success to animate my Spidey parkour. Oh, nice! That's awesome. I'm glad it worked. Yeah, snapping FK and IK is not all rigs have it, but luckily we have tricks to solve it. Okay. And Psycho, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, and sorry for my English. I'm French as well, so no worries. I know the difficulty of finding words at times, especially considering English is one of the trickiest channels, trickiest languages. Oh man, I wish I could read that. Bit9091, thank you so much for the follow as well. I really appreciate that. It's so tricky to do something good, and moving keys with snapping tools makes me so mad. Yeah, snapping tools makes life much easier. Okay. So I'm trying to figure out my spacing that I want to do here. Yeah, I think this is good. I want this little bit of an ease out here before I'm going to go into a big pop in the animation. It's not going to be a pop, but it's going to be multiples. So I want to make sure that works here. Now for this arm, I'm trying to figure out, do I want to start pushing it forward so that the arm swings through like that? Or maybe I can drag this back up here and not get quite so far, because if I go and put the arm between the legs like what I was having there, that's going to be very awkward silhouette wise. I think this is going to work better. Yeah, that's better. And this way I can kind of get, and this is where having the shot full screen is nice, because if I close this off, you can see how close the fingers are to the ground, which I can see on my other monitor there. And I can kind of get this like motion, which might be really cool, especially if I can maybe add some like leaves on the ground or something. Might be interesting. Now I do want to make sure I tweak the clavicle, because rotating just the arm without the clavicle is always going to result in a broken pose. And a very unappealing pose. So always work with your clavicles. And actually, I don't think I tweaked the clavicle enough here. So let's go back and push this. Yeah, that's already better. If you don't use the clavicle, your character's not going to look like they're actually physically moving their arm. It's going to look like they're an action figure and their arm is just twisting. Reach touch timing with switch IK FK makes me angry. Oh yeah, that's And blocking plus, yeah, this. Oh, are you wondering what blocking plus is? If so, blocking plus is a, what's the word I want to use here? It's a term for a stage of animation that isn't like, you've got your initial blocking, and just for anyone who's not used to animation terms are very vague in the sense that every studio is going to have different terms for every step of the process. These are the terms I'm used to. So blocking is when you first create your scene and it's just the main poses. Before that you have previs, which is just kind of a basic layout pass of the shot, or it's also known as the layout pass. But then you have blocking. Once you go into splines, that's when you let the computer interpolate everything. That's the splining pass. But between those two, I find there's a big gap where it's like blocking, oh, just a few poses. Splining, everything is like technically animated now and is just moving. So for me, I like to consider blocking plus as the stage after I got all my main poses in place. I've kind of sold the idea to the director, and now I'm going to bring up the entire like level of the animation, add more keys, breakdowns, all of that stuff, bring all of that up before going into splines. So that to me is blocking plus. I hope that makes sense. And I'm just noticing this leg. I'm not a fan of. There you go. Let's avoid the knees kind of paralleling each other there. Okay. So I hope that makes sense. Now the staff. Oops, wrong control. Let's take that. I guess I should make more poses keys to get a good blocking plus. Everyone's different. I know some animators, they basically only set the amount of keys they really need. So they'll go from blocking into splines, and they don't really have many keys at all. For me, I guess you could say I kind of have a 2D animation kind of mentality, in the sense of oh yeah, Katamari. No wonder the music sounded weird. I like to put as many keys as I can, not because I want to overkey it or like do it all manually, but I don't like letting the computer make decisions for me. I like to try and put the personality and the timing of my shot in myself, and really try to sell that kind of, for lack of a better term, feeling in a shot. That exaggeration. I want it to be what I want it to be, if that makes sense. Yeah, like 2D animation, exactly. With 2D animation, you don't have a computer telling you what to do and filling in the gaps for you. You have to make the choices yourself. So I like that workflow personally, because it makes sure that if something's wrong, it's my fault. And I'm not having to fight the computer for it. Now, with that said, I don't always use that workflow. Sometimes I will switch that around and do a slightly different workflow, where I start just working in splines right away. For this shot, I decided not to do that because there's so much like spinning and motion like this. If I went into splines right away, well, you can see here, like everything's kind of a mess. Is there free animation software for Mac? Maya and Blender. Both are fantastic. I personally like Maya because it's the industry standard, but Blender is fantastic as well. There's a huge community behind it. You're not going to go wrong with either one. If you're interested in learning Maya, just go to the animation, or sorry, to the, let's see, I think it's, I have a command for it. I just have to try and remember. Nope, that wasn't it. I think it's software. There you go. So if you go to the link, the first link, autodesk.com education free software, that'll allow you to get the free version of Maya. So you can check that out. Or just go on Blender. I don't think they're on the App Store. You just have to go to their websites. Yeah, Keyframe MP is really nice. Oh no, wait, Keyframe, that's the app. Yeah, that's really good. I've not used it personally, but I know people who have, and they really like it. Okay. I want to key this here. Okay, things are gonna break here. The hand, I don't think lets go quite yet, so let's get that back in place. Okay. So on this frame, I'm really trying to, or I'm going to be trying to sell the speed of the kick. So right now you can see how the bottom leg here just kind of stays really low and slow. That's something I really want to change. So as that leg comes up, it should like almost come up here already. And I might end up adding multiples to this. Okay. Let's get the hips working first before I do anything with the legs. Okay, that's good. That's good. My Y is gonna be messed up. Yeah, that's what I thought. Shantae? No, Star Fox Adventures. Huh. I never really realized how much of a Shantae vibe it had. Star Fox Adventures was a good game. I liked that one. Are you using Anabot? Yes, I am. I don't know what to think about the tools. When do you switch IK to FK? Do you let it in stepped? Right now I'm just switching, and since it's in step mode, I'm not worrying about the actual switch moment. But as I get into splines, then I'm going to switch it over one frame. But anim tools I really like. To be honest, I don't use it that often. Simply because I'm used to teaching Maya classes and animation classes where I don't use any plugins, because I want to show students how to use the software as is, because not everyone can afford getting a plugin, and that shouldn't be the mandatory way that you learn, I guess you could say. So I'm just really used to not using anything. But if you do get some plugins, I definitely recommend Animbot, just because it's got some really nice features. And then I also recommend Blue Pencil. And the reason I recommend Blue Pencil is simply that it's got a lot of really neat drawing tools within Maya. Now, my translate X here is definitely off. Let's see here. Feels like the hips are popping here, like they're speeding up midway right there. I think part of that is the rotation. Now it's going to be the rotate Z. Donkey Kong. Okay, that's a little better there. Okay. I'll become better and after use tools. Yeah, that's my philosophy on animation. Is if you start using tools too soon, you're just going to handicap yourself because you're going to be reliant on those tools. Versus if you try to learn the program yourself and then you just apply those skills to the tools that you use afterwards. Okay. So let's get that in there. The body is going to definitely have to curl in a little bit more. I'm doing this really quick because I'm actually going to be adding one more key in here and then refining both at the same time. The reason for this is because of all the complexity in this motion, if I just refine one key, I might end up just breaking something. So I want to make sure I get it right. And Abramation, how's it going? The animation is going well. A little slow, but that's animation on Twitch, or whenever I animate on Twitch, I should say. I'm so slow. I get to talking too much. One day I would like to do a stream where I don't think it would be interesting to anyone probably, but where I just kind of animate. I don't talk, I don't like chat, but I just try to animate as fast as I can, so you guys can see the actual kind of workflow to it versus me jabbering for the whole stream. Did you constrain the hand to the knee? No. There's no constraints here other than the hand to the staff. Let's see, if you have time, could you tell me if my blocking is good? Oh, definitely. If you upload it, just post it in the chat here if you have it right now. I'd be happy to take a look at it and give you some live feedback. If you want me to take a look at it later, yeah, feel free to post it. I won't. If it's today, I should have time, but I do have. My brother and I are leaving to visit some friends on Thursday, so we might not be around to go over too much stuff after that or during that time. It's just for the weekend. Let's see, 50% off for the next 9 hours. Clip Studio Paint. Ooh, nice. If you guys are interested in drawing, check that out. That is an awesome program. I actually have it right here. I always just kind of keep it open because if ever I feel like doodling, I can just kind of draw. And this program is fantastic. I love how it works. So if you're interested in drawing or you really love drawing, I would recommend checking this out. It also has some animation tools. Now I didn't use it for animation on this, but I was doing some gesture drawing. So these are 30-second drawings. which means that they're going to be absolutely awful. But I was just kind of creating new layers, and you can see I've got a timeline here, and I can just scrub through. So these are all 30-second drawings. I ended up doing about 120 of them last night. But yeah, this is a fantastic, fantastic tool. Let's see. Yeah, so just doing some practice drawing. Yeah, if you have Procreate, that's great for the tablets as well. A to the J. Yes, thank you for the reminder. I keep telling myself I'm going to drink more during the streams because it's not good to not do it. There you go. And can you make a play blast? Definitely. I'll just get this pose done and then I'll play blast it for everyone. You'd be interested? Okay. I'd like to do that someday. Just have to set up something. Pomodoro technique? Yes, I should set that up. I have the app on my phone. And I always use it when I work, just not when I stream. And then how often do you stream? I think the schedule should be down below, but if you want, I think schedule. Let's see. Yay, there you go. So it's Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. In Central Time. We try to stream as much as we can, my brother and I. I tend to do more like animation streams, like CG animation, and he does 2D animation and drawing. Although eventually we want to be able to kind of combine the two, which should be cool once we get that ability to do so. Get her to feel like she's throwing it here. Actually, let me double check something here. I'm gonna bring this down. I'm gonna drag that arm. Try to build a better anticipation for this throw. The other thing I'm noticing is my silhouette is awful right here, which is not good for the clarity of the throw. So I might try to exaggerate this. And maybe even drag this down. I might retime the throw as well, because I want the throw to be fast. Yeah, it's gonna have to let go sooner if I want this to work. What's happening right now is if I leave it the way it is, this throw is gonna feel very weak. And I don't want that. I want this throw to feel like she is tossing it high enough. It shouldn't feel like this thing's made out of paper. It should feel really heavy. After Zelda, can you animate Mandalorian? Oh, that would be cool. I'd need to find a Mandalorian rig, or I'd have to make one. I could make the helmet. Actually, the armor isn't so complicated either. I even have like a Boba Fett statue that I could use as reference to just kind of get the details in there. That would be a fun just modeling project for myself. I love Star Wars. And The Mandalorian is so cool. I love the acting in it, specifically how he doesn't really say anything ever, or not say anything. He doesn't emote. Like he's wearing a helmet the whole time, and yet it reads so well. No, I don't think a Mandalorian rig exists, unfortunately. But to be fair, to make a Mandalorian rig, 90% of it is the helmet. So if you can model the helmet and just constrain it to any rig's head, you'd have the Mandalorian. So that could work. And CD Animator, hello! I saw Baby Yoda rig. Oh man, that didn't take long. Baby Yoda is the best though. Baby Yoda is adorable. Okay, we've got that. And I hope I didn't miss any questions. Yeah, it would definitely be really popular right now. I want to add one more key right here. Hips first. Push that hang time. Maya costs $200 a month. If you get the free version, you can use it for 3 years unpaid. So you have to make sure you look for the educational license. $200 a month, that's the freelance license, I believe. I will say that the Autodesk site is tricky to find things. But there is an educational version. Let me see. I did post the link, but let me see if it changed. They change their websites every once in a while. So yeah, so if you go to right there, education, using the link that I had posted earlier, free software, and you can get any of the Autodesk software for free for learning. The big thing is that you cannot use it for any commercial use. So that's the big caveat. So Maya right here, you need to create an account, choose the version you want, which would most likely be the latest version, your operating system, and there you go. So, and that's the free version. The Clone Wars Season 2 Disc 3 has an extra feature about the Mandalorian's body armor. Nice. I've never watched the Clone Wars, unfortunately. That, Rebels, and what was the other one? Age of Resistance or something like that? I keep wanting to watch them, I just don't have the time. But I keep hearing that they're so good. And the Star Wars nerd in me just has to watch them. Okay. Did I not set a key? No, wait, it's 42. Okay. 44. Okay. Let's just tween this so that it's moving. Resistance, I think that's it, right? It was great, but after that they kind of go downhill until Mandalorian. Okay. The only series I watched, and it wasn't, I don't know if you call it a series even, is the Clone Wars 2D animation ones. Those were really cool. I really loved those. From Genndy Tartakovsky. I'm doing this backwards and I'm going to pay for it. I'm animating the hand first before I'm rotating the body and the hips, which is going to screw me up a little bit, I think. always make sure you rotate the main portions of the character first. Okay. So with the head, the big thing I want is for the head to come in. Oops, that's not the control I'm looking for. There we go. Let's see. Have you seen Klaus? Yes, it was awesome. I highly recommend. If you guys haven't seen it, check it out. I've heard some people aren't fans of it. Story-wise, people have some kind of issues with it, which that's fair. For me personally, I loved it. It was so good. It hit so many right notes for me. Let's see. No, I want to do that. Okay. What role would I put? So for the free license, you do have to put a role. You can just put student if you want. You don't actually have to put in any, like, they don't verify the credentials, so it's not like you have to put an actual verified school and all of that stuff. As long as you just kind of put the student information in. Yeah, I wouldn't have time to watch it with my regular schedule, so I woke up super early just to watch it the day after it came out. Nice. Yes, that is a show that is worth compromising for. So good. I'm looking forward to seeing what new stuff they make. Around 45-ish, the medium close-up shot, some nice smear multiple frames through there. Yeah, exactly. That's my goal, is right through here I'm going to be adding a lot of smear frames. So right now it's going to look very poppy, and I'm trying to not fall into the, like, oh well, I've got to clean it up, I've got to make it beautiful and like perfect, because that's going to come later when I get into the smears. For now, it's just get this working. Get in place. Because I want to try and sell the... oops. I need to raise it up there. Just get it off screen. Comes up. Boop, outside of the screen. Actually, what I should do, just for continuity's sake, is so it goes there. There we go. And then the rig has smear. No, I'm gonna make my own smears. Let's see. Do you have any tips for new animation mentor students? I'm trying to prepare myself for the start of the winter term. Ooh, that's a good question. Oh, you can't use it unless you go to high school? Oh man, that sucks. Then if that's the case, Blender would be the thing to check out. Blender is totally free, and it's got some good free rigs on it too. So let's see. To prepare for the winter term, the big thing I would recommend is get some of the recommended books. So get the Animator Survival Kit. That would be at least the one to get, and read through it. You're not going to understand everything that gets covered in it just yet, but it'll kind of prepare you for what's coming up, so that you're not just going in completely blind. So do that. If you have access to the site right now, go on the campus and just look around, watch students work, especially class 1 students, to get an idea of what they're doing. That can be very helpful. What else? What else would be very helpful to start with? You've got about a month left before the start of the next term, so start practicing some secondary skills. So what I mean by secondary skills is things like drawing, for example. Now, you don't have to learn how to draw super amazingly, but doing gesture drawings, that's going to be insanely helpful in getting good posing in your animation. So, for example, before or yesterday, I was just doing some gesture drawings, and you can see these are all 30 seconds. So I drew these in 30 seconds each, and you can see they're not really great. There's scribbles and lines. There's not much you can do in 30 seconds. But if you start doing this and just do a little bit every day, I did about an hour's worth right here, so it's about 120 drawings. But if you start doing this, you'll start to kind of figure out how to create form and capture the feeling of motion in a pose, which is very important in what we're doing. If we can capture the feeling of motion, then that's half the battle right there. And really, when you're doing this, it's not just a matter of just trying to copy it. It's trying to understand what you're seeing. Now, when you first start out, don't try to do 30-second drawings. You're not going to be able to do it. It takes time to build up that speed. And even me, like, you're supposed to finish every drawing, so make sure you have the feet in there and all that. Some of my drawings are missing, like a foot or an arm. But start off with slower drawings and really try to analyze the anatomy, the way the body moves, where it bends, where it doesn't, the flow of the body. So, for example, I'm trying to find a good one here. So let's look at 43 here. Oh wait, the baby drawing, was that number? See, there are a few babies here. 101. Yeah, it is lol. There you go. Boop, boop. There you go. Drawing 101. So let's see, where was that drawing? Okay, this one. So once you do your gesture drawings, once you've done a good pass on them, what you can always do is come back later and make a new layer, or if you're drawing on pencil and paper, you can just do it like put another sheet of paper over top. And let's take a different color here. And now I can come in and start refining the drawing, and instead of just focusing on the gesture, now start focusing on the anatomy. So like the rib cage comes in through here. Now it's easier if you're actually looking at the drawing. You've got the hip right there. Now the hip is the hip bone is shaped a little bit like so. The reason this is important is you've got the iliac crest right there, which is where a lot of muscles and connection points happen. You also have the femur over here, which is the leg bone right there. And this is another connection that's very important. A lot of people, when they draw legs, for example, they'll just go from the rib cage and go whoop, curve. But if you actually analyze the structure, you have the rib cage, and then between the rib cage and the iliac crest, the edge of the hip, you'll have kind of a flat area. Depending on the person, sometimes it's a little bit kind of more pronounced, that's your obliques, which is a muscle that runs down the front here. After that, you get another muscle that comes down into the femur. This is, I forget the exact name, but it connects your hip bone to the top of your leg. And then from there, that's when you actually get into the leg muscle right here. So by kind of understanding this structure, you can start to refine your drawings. Hey, you got Blender, awesome! Blender is really cool. Unfortunately, I don't know really how to use it. I've been trying to learn how to do it, but I'm not very good at it. I'm so used to Maya's keyboard shortcuts that it's been interesting, to say the least. But it is really good. I have a friend who actually works at Blender. I forget his actual title, but he is fantastic and he does such good work on Blender. There we go. So you can see at this point I'm just kind of doodling now, but by kind of understanding the structure, I can take my pose that I'd done before and start refining it. And I'm kind of copying it exactly what I drew. Don't do that. This rib cage is out of place right now. So if I'm actually drawing this, I would need to like make sure that the abs there kind of connect in the right place. This hip, it's too thin right there. So I need to bring that out a little bit more from my original drawing. But this is where that analysis comes in. As you're looking at your drawing, you really want to analyze what's happening, why things are happening. And it might seem like I'm supposed to be learning 2D animation. I don't want to learn how to do all of this stuff. And I will say, you don't have to if you don't want to. But knowing these skills and knowing how to study anatomy is just going to make your life a whole lot easier when you're studying reference and trying to understand what you're seeing in motion and making sure you're getting the correct things in there and not what we think we see, which is actually a very common issue. So you can see I'm just kind of refining this very simply. So yeah, I need to stop. I must stop. But I just want to get it. Okay. There we go. We'll just go with that. So yeah, gesture drawing, very helpful. What else? Join animation communities. So Animation Mentor has a Discord channel. You could join that. Just start posting comments if you have access to the campus. Say hi, introduce yourself. Yeah, gesture drawing is very useful. I didn't used to do it for a long time, and as soon as I started, I shouldn't say as soon, about a month after I started doing them, because it took me a long time to get used to doing them, I found it made a huge difference in my work. Not so much that my work wasn't good before. I don't feel it changed the quality of my work all that much, to be honest. But what I do find is that it changed the approach that I kind of went with posing, and it made me faster in posing, which is always a good thing. The faster we can work, the more we can get done. Now, I say that as I'm working super slowly here, but it does help. I'm trying to get the spacing right on this leg. I want that feeling of a hold right in there before the legs come down. Okay. So we've got that. I'm also not a fan of how the head is moving right here. Yeah, Animation Mentor's library is crazy. If you have access to it, check it out. Just watch things. Also check out Sir Wade's YouTube channel. There's a lot of great stuff on there. Just do a search on YouTube. I've got another channel here. I need to put in my recommended resources, but let me find it for you. And this is just a good channel in general. This is, well, actually, there's Jean Denis' channel. Check that out, and that's also linked down below. But it is Alessandro Camparotta's channel, which he's an Animation Mentor alumni, and he just posts some great tutorials. And this one was on how to get good posing, so definitely recommend checking that out. Sir Wade video on his favorite YouTube videos. Nice, that's awesome. Now I think I did miss a question up here. Let me double check. And I haven't forgotten, I will make a play blast soon. And this rig doesn't have smears, but I'm going to make my own. And the way you create smears is, there's so many different ways. You can duplicate geometry, you can draw using a grease pencil, you can make simple geometry as placeholders. I've done a few streams where I demoed how to do that. I can always do another one, or maybe I'll just post the recordings for it. Oh, how was CTN, by the way? I wanted to go this year, but couldn't make it. Did I miss anything super awesome? There were a lot of good panels. I didn't get to attend most of them, but for me, it was just getting to meet everyone. So that was a lot of fun. Can I get the Zelda in Blender? Unfortunately not. This rig is made for Maya only. I'm trying to think if there's a website for Blender rigs where you can download Blender rigs, but I can't think of any. I've never really looked for them myself. Oh, my pleasure. Blender swap. Ooh. Let me see. No, blend swap. Oh, well, that's awesome. I do know that you can also, there's a Blender Cloud or something like that, where you can get rigs from there. But that's also a subscription, which is kind of a pain. That's why I switched to Maya, because Maya's rigs are just too good. Yeah, Maya has a really good collection of rigs. Blender is catching up, but it's still got some ways to go to get a good library. Right now it's like it's right on the cusp. But the big thing is that Maya is just used a lot more, since it is kind of the industry standard. Some rigs from the Blender Cloud are for free. Yeah. The problem is I think you have to pay for Blender Cloud. So even though the rigs are free, you have to pay for the service, which I'm not sure what Blender Cloud offers aside from the rigs. So just watch for that. Okay. Anyone happen to have my quality rigs for max? Unfortunately, that I do not know. Some of them can be downloaded completely free, even from the cloud. Oh, nice! That's awesome. Yeah, so in that case, that's awesome. In terms of max rigs, I have no idea. I know max used to be used a lot for game animation, so you might be able to find like gaming rigs for it, but it really isn't used as much as other programs nowadays, unfortunately. I'm not a fan of this pose here, but okay. That staff is kind of going up a little slow right there. The gaming rigs are still completely FK. Oh no. Gaming rigs should not be like that. Nowadays, like most gaming rigs should just have FK, IK like any other rig. There's no reason for FK only feet. That is blasphemy. That's weird. Because really, game engines, the big thing with them is that they just capture the bone information when you bring like the rigs into Unreal or whatever. So there's no reason why it shouldn't have IK. That's just punishing the animators. Okay, this pose, it's so janky. I need to tweak that. And I think the thing that's making it janky is the hips and the spine. The arm doesn't help, but Blender Guru. Oh yeah, definitely link the channel. That would be awesome. Personally, I don't know how to use Blender. I do know they have a YouTube channel with some good tutorials, so that could be something worth checking. I just realized this foot needs to flatten out and rotate. Let's see how this looks. I didn't get as many keys as I wanted in so far. I'm working too slow here. But hopefully it's still helpful for everyone. Okay, let's do a play blast here. I think there's going to be a spacing issue, but I'm going to worry about that later. Oh, nice. And there's the channel. Let's see. Now, one thing with Blender to keep in mind is that animation-wise, aside from learning how to set a key and how to move things, the same principles will apply animation-wise. So everything like I'm covering here, animation-wise, is the same thing. The way you lead something, the way it follows, all of that. With 2 hours of sleep, I couldn't even talk. I crashed earlier. For anyone in here, get more than 2 hours of sleep. It's not healthy for you. And then make sure that the night before you actually got more than 3 hours of sleep, because having 5 hours of sleep in 2 days is not good for you. It's the reason why my brother and I are starting to get way too many gray hairs already. So take care of your health. I say all this and I give this advice. Don't follow my example in that case, and just because it reminded me, make sure you drink water too. You want to drink water. You want to keep yourself healthy. Do you flip horizontally to see some arrows through? Yes, I do. So I can show that right here. So let's take a look at the play blast. So we've got that. Okay, actually that worked pretty well. I still got some issues, but I like the hold feeling. I'll go to sleep. Thanks for the stream. Oh no, don't forget the dazed walk. Yes, I definitely won't. And thank you so much for dropping by. I really appreciate it. The whole beginning I have to animate still. Like her hips just go whoop at the beginning, and then she kind of has a little hitch at the end. That's because I haven't quite animated the settle at the end and the beginning. I wasn't originally going to animate like a start to this. It was actually going to start here. So it was just going to start right in the middle of the action. But then I figured I want a nice pose to start with, and to kind of build into this motion. So yeah, it's something I want to add in. Right now I'm focusing more on the main action here because that's really the goal of this. Now in terms of flipping horizontally, I'm using Keyframe MP. This is an awesome player for analyzing animation, and under, I believe it's the video here, you can just swap, so flip horizontal right there, and this helps to kind of give yourself a new perspective on your animation, because suddenly things are going to look off balance, or like certain things are going to look strange. So right here at the end, I'm actually noticing that the character feels way off balance. There's something about this pose I'm not a fan of, looking at it here. And I think what I need to do is, oops, not that. Yeah. I think I need to bring her body over here, so that she's kind of leaning back this way a little bit more. That way I can push that line of action through the pose and through this leg. Right now I'm kind of getting a line of action this way. I'm getting this, and it's not as strong as it could be, I think. There's definitely something odd about this. I'm using the pro version, but the free version is also really good. So if anyone's interested in that, I used the free version for years. It's the near the bottom there, Zubrig Keyframe MP. I used the free version for years, and then I finally just bought the main one because it gives you these drawing tools and a bunch of other features, which is really nice. The big thing I would recommend is if you're going to pay for it, there's two paid versions. There's Keyframe MP, the free version, Keyframe MP, the paid version, and then Keyframe MP Pro. And you can save. That actually reminds me, I haven't saved at all today. Boop. Save. Whew. So there's three of them, the free version and then two paid ones. If you're gonna pay for it, go for the more expensive one. It's like $10 more, something like that, but you get so many more features, it's worth it. Yeah, you can save it right here, so save project, which is really cool too. But yeah, it's worth it. I would recommend, if anyone's interested in animation and you need a player that you can scrub through, get Keyframe MP. It's kind of the go-to right now. And it's free, which is always nice. You're my go-to stream at the gym. Aw, that's awesome. Thank you. My brother and I just started getting back to the gym. We kind of left off for a little too long because of life. Just lots of things happening, and man, does it feel good to go back to the gym. Now, just as a note for anyone here, don't go to the gym on 2 hours of sleep. That is not fun. If you do that, you're going to regret it quite a bit. It is a special kind of tired. Why are you flacking out there? Oh wait, there you go. Boop. So let's get this next pose in here. I want to try and get the flip done at least today. Try to aim for like milestones here. Since I'm working so slow on the streams. So one thing that I find very helpful when I'm working is sound effects. I'm constantly doing sound effects while I work. Oh, take care, Nicholas. Have a great day. Even if tonight's stream, 2 hours of sleep is bad. Exactly. It is a life lesson that I want to drill into everyone's heads because you guys should not do what I did. Be better. I want all of you to be better than me. Okay, so here the hips are starting to come down. I want the head to keep going up. But right now the head's actually not going up in the right way. But let's get the hips in first. So that rotation is good. I think this could maybe favor a little bit more over here. What's this from? Castle Crashers. I never got to play Castle Crashers. I heard a lot about it. It seemed like it was a cool game. Now, this section here, I think I might try to... I was thinking of maybe trying to simplify it, but we'll see. Yeah, I created a shelf icon at the top here to select all the controls on the rig. That way I can just easily select everything in key, because there's no GUI picker for this. The way I did it is I just selected all the controls once. Make sure you have everything, and then go to Create, Sets, Quick Selection Set, right there. And then once you do that, just hit Add to Shelf, and you're done. You can also do this, I believe, in AnimBot. You can make shelf tools, or maybe that's another plugin. You can also just go into the script editor, and once you select everything, and my script editor is a little slow. Come on, script editor. Open for me. Don't crash. Great party game and that Battle Block Theater. Yeah, I've heard it. It's a really cool game. So you could just select all the controls like that. So once you open the script editor, it'll show you all the commands or most of the commands that are being done. So if I select everything, boop, I can just copy this command here and then middle mouse drag it onto my shelf, and that'll copy that command, so I can just click it and I'm good. So for example, if I wanted to create a command that selects everything, I select everything, hit S to set a key, and in this case it did not set a key because I already have a key there, but hit S to set a key, There you go. So set a key. So there's the command right there. I copy all that, put it in my timeline, and I'm good. And basically I have a button that'll auto key everything for me just with the click of a button. I'm not a fan of having the select everything and set a key, because my hand's already on the S key by default. Like, I'm ready to hit you have a key on -1? Yeah, I technically have a key on -10 as well. I often animate into the negative frames, and this is actually something that gets done at studios quite often, is that you don't start on frame 1. Your animation begins on frame 1, but you animate beyond your range. So you'll animate into the negative frames, and then into, like, let's say your animation is supposed to go to frame 100, you'd animate a few frames after. This is for two reasons. It makes sure that the motion blur calculates correctly, because if you start on frame 1 and that's the start of your animation, motion blur has nothing to calculate and create the blur correctly. Same thing with the end of the animation, so you have to have that buffer. It also allows the editors to, when they're putting the film together, let's say they have a cut and it's like, that cut's not quite working. They can shift the timing of your scene a little bit so they can get a little bit more at the beginning or maybe a little less. It gives them more flexibility. So oftentimes you'll animate into the negative, or it'll be kind of accounted for. And Wacko Matrixo, hello, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Maya suddenly is very slow. Okay, there we go. Phew. Thought I was crashing. I'm doing well. It's nice to get back into some animation. Always fun. Okay, so I've got the hips here. Let's get that spine in place, because the spine is not doing what I want it to. And I'm actually going to probably re-block a lot of the spine here. Specifically because I want to push this a little bit more. And the head is way too stiff right now. You can see how the head doesn't really move there. I need to do a pass on that. So let's just kind of get it roughly in place for now. Boop. Maybe bring this hand back just a scooch. There we go. Okay. This arm needs to not go. Oh no, wait, that's what it is. This frame needs to go higher. Okay, how do I want to do this? So what I'm trying to think of right now is the spacing of the foot, and maybe this is going to make it a little easier to visualize. Let me actually make sure I've got the keys in the right spot. That's it. Okay. That's IK. So let's create some motion trails here so we can visualize what's going on. So the problem with the leg right now is that I've got this hold up here. The leg is holding up there, and then it comes forward. So it goes forward, and I've got a secondary hold which is happening, and I'm trying to figure out where should the main hold be. So it comes up, we get the kick, it's slow right here, and then whew, it's fast, and then it holds again. So I've got hold here, and I feel like when I spline it, that's going to be a problem. So I'm trying to think of how best to deal with this. And it might not be a problem. It might actually work out. It would be a bit more of an anime feeling to have that. If you study anime versus Western animation, their spacing philosophy, I guess you could say, is a little bit different. Just the way they approach holds and things like that, it's really cool. I really like their approach to it. It's what gives anime that really kind of specific look to it. A lot of the time is just the way they hold a pose. Okay. Leg comes up. Now, I think for this one's going to be pretty simple. This leg, I kind of want to just have it come up. And here it should start leading down a little bit more. Oh, let's see. Does anyone happen to know if there's a way to frame scrub on Disney Plus? I mean, it's the world's largest legal library of Disney and Pixar animation. I don't know, unfortunately. I know on YouTube you can comma and period, but it's the same with Netflix. I don't think there's a scrubbing feature, which really sucks because it would be so cool to scrub through so many of these films. There you go, that's better. Just a little offset in that leg. Plus they own Fox now, so it wouldn't be cool if they put the Blue Skies movies on. Oh, that would be awesome. It would definitely make a... It's already such a fantastic platform for animation. If they put the Blue Sky stuff on top, it would be so cool. Okay, I'm just going to try something really quick here. And to make sure I don't lose what I have, I'm going to buffer the curve on the leg, which basically means I'm saving the current curve animation in the graph editor. And I want to kind of bring the leg up so it comes up and then like that. So now we only have the one hold. So it goes up, whoosh, and then down. Versus I kind of like it. Definitely has more snap to it. Yeah, we'll see how that feels. Yeah. Looks like a play of the game. Oh, thank you. Now I want to play Overwatch. I haven't played Overwatch in so long. Such a good game. I don't know, like it's a good game on its own. Like it's such a solid game. But I think one of the reasons why I loved it so much was really the animation. Just as an animator, it's like, oh, every frame is this amazing just feast for the eyes. Yeah, that cinematic was so cool. I have a few friends who worked on that cinematic, and man, I'm so glad that they got that chance. It's so cool to see their work on that. A video out there that dissects Overwatch first-person animation. I think I saw that a long time ago. It was really cool. If it's the one if I remember correctly, was that the one where they were talking about how they really sell like the personalities in each animation, and how like even in first person you can get all the information you need for the personality of the characters. Okay. So I need a couple more frames here, which is going to be tricky. I think one there. And then probably one right on 54. Yeah. Let's do this. Let's do it. Okay. So whenever I'm doing these poses, because I've already kind of gotten the hips in place, the first thing I'm doing is just going through and getting my graph editor working, because I know I already had what I wanted. And this is kind of the benefit of doing the ball pass that I talked about in the previous stream. And for anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about, basically I animated kind of a rough version of the shot, and then I took a NURB sphere and I just constrained it to the hips of the character. And then I turned everything else off, and I just play through the animation with just that sphere. And if that animation looks good, then I know that my timing and my core animation feels nice. Everything else I put on top of that should feel really nice too. If I did this and that ball was just bouncing around and like looked absolutely boring and dead and no arcs, no weight to it, anything I do with the legs and the arms and everything else is not going to help. So because I did that and I kind of refined it a little bit, I know that my hips are pretty much where I need them to be. At this point, it's kind of going through and making sure that everything else now matches the hips. I did the ball to the hips, so to the main hip control here, the cog. Or chest on the ball. I constrained the ball to the chest. That way I can still animate the main control of the character, and that would visually affect the ball. So for example, let's do this again here. So NURBS, surfaces, polygons. So I'm selecting the character's control, but it's affecting the ball. So the ball is constrained to the character. You could do it the other way, but I find this is just easier because really it's just the visual information. I still want to animate the rig. So I don't use that. I will admit I don't use it all the time, something like that. But I do find that there are situations where it's just like, oh man, it's such a pain to try and deal with. Like, you've got legs kicking around over here. There's so much just like mayhem that it's nice to simplify and just kind of ease your mind. Now this is going to be the frame just before the contact, so I really want to push this leg feeling like it comes in, so it'll come in for the contact. And I might change this when I go into creating multiples. Is this character by Artsoft? No, this... Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, Artsoft. Yeah, it is. I keep thinking of his actual name, Christoph. It is by him, and it is amazing. If you want to check it out, there's the link. I love this rig. It's so much fun. And what I really love about it is how fast it is. Like, as I'm working here, it feels good to work with it. And I think I just realized I did not do my in-betweens here. So let's tween this. The reason I tween things is just so I have some motion. I change it all anyway later, but... Okay, so let's get the legs in place first. Wrong frame. I don't use mine, unfortunately. Oh, that's a shame. It would be so cool if there were like universal rigs, if that was a thing, where you could just use Maya, Blender, Max, whichever software, and it just works. That would be really nice. I would love that. Then you're not tied down to a specific piece of software just for a rig. Okay, so the big thing here is that the body is gonna have to lead a little bit here. And this is where I'm not sure how I want to do this. I could have the body kind of lead downwards. Actually, let's bring this up maybe a little bit here. So what I'm looking at is kind of the arc of the body, and what I'm trying to avoid is the feeling that as she lands, she breaks her spine from the impact, like that. She should feel like she's in control of the landing. So trying to get that feeling in there while also making it still feel like solid, so when she hits there's weight to her body, is very important to me here. Yeah, that feels like she's gonna break her neck. Oh, what happened to the arm there? Interesting. Okay, that's feeling better. I'll have to do an overlap pass on the head. Okay, we'll call that for now, because I want to see it at speed before I make a final call. I'm just watching the spacing of the head now. Trying to make sure that even from this other angle, we're getting a good curve. Too much. Okay. The joy of watching spacing. Everything goes quiet. Let's see. Yeah, I was never a fan of animating in Max personally. I only did it once, and I only ever modeled in Max once, but I don't know, there's something about that user interface that I couldn't grasp. It didn't feel intuitive to me. I much prefer the Maya workflow. Okay. Hey, one platypus, how's it going? Make sure you still working games. Missing class in my school. Oh no. For a side project and extra credit stuff. Yeah, I learned Maya after Max, and Maya is still my go-to default because it's so much better. Yeah, I love Maya. I know a lot of people tend to kind of complain about it because it crashes, and there are definitely issues. I will say it's not a absolutely perfect software, but in general, I really just love how it works. It makes sense to me, which really, this goes for everyone here. If you have a piece of software that it just clicks for you, perfect. Don't feel pressured into like, well, I have to animate with this because everyone tells me to animate with this. If you're working at a studio, yes, you'll have to work with what they tell you. But if you're like, for example, if you draw and you use Photoshop, use Photoshop. If you can draw with Photoshop, more power to you. I cannot draw with Photoshop. I find the controls in there just don't work for me. Clip Studio though, I feel like I can draw in. If you are a 2D artist, work in 2D. Like, you don't have to stick to digital art all the time just because everyone else is doing it. It is not a requirement to follow the crowd. Now, with that said, it is nice to kind of open yourself up to possibilities. So, for example, if you want more job opportunities, well, learning how to do digital is going to be very helpful. But it's not a must. It's not like you're going to fail at everything if you don't. The biped on 3ds Max, what a pleasure. I teach my at school. Oh, that's awesome, Blue. That's so cool. Let's see, set a key here and set a key here. So the reason I'm putting a key here is I want to get this impact frame working. So that way when she lands, what is causing this to come up here? When she lands, she actually flattens down. There we go. Just an update. So we get over one frame, contact, and straight down to show the weight. And let's actually get that foot slide in here working better. So I've got some rotation here. Let's get that rotation in place. It basically should contact and pretty much favor the next pose it's going to be in. And for this, let's actually just use a tween machine. That's better. So it comes in, add that weight in there. Now she's doing a controlled landing, so I don't want her to hit too hard here. So the hips aren't going to come crashing down just yet. But I should actually check the rotations before I go too far here. Because when she hits, her hips are going to rotate. It's going to be quite a big change in the hips here. Get that impact feeling. So it comes in and now her neck is feeling broken right here. That's because the spine on this frame is not tweaked yet. So let's get that done. I really need to learn how to animate with my Cintiq. I've heard a lot of people just can't animate with Cintiqs. It's just the fact of having your arm kind of in the way. It messes up with kind of your perception of things. Although I do find animating with a tablet, I'm just using a tablet, not a Cintiq. I find that's really nice. Let's maybe drag this up just a little bit more here. There we go. So the big change happens after the impact. Try not to look at the arms because they are a mess. Okay, so that's better. The spine through this whole section, I need to do a whole pass on that, but I don't want to worry too much about it because I might end up changing a lot. And the last thing I want is to get caught in like nitpicky details that aren't important yet. Let's see. I saw Wacom on sale on Black Fridays for a $150. Nice. It was the Artist 12, and I almost bought it. The mouse needs more precision. It's hard sometimes. Yeah, here's some way to make the mouse move slower in Maya for a bit by holding a key. It's the control and shift, but it only works when you're using the attributes. So for example, I'm just going to create a cube here because it'll be easy to see. So if I have a cube here, and actually it might work with a manipulator too. And let's say I want to, no, it doesn't work with the manipulator. So if I want to slow down, for example, I want to move it in X, and I middle mouse drag, so I click on the attribute and middle mouse drag. It moves this fast. It follows my mouse cursor 1-to-1. If you hold down Control and then do the same, and let's see. Oh, and of course now it doesn't want to do that for me. I guess maybe they change it. If you hold down Control, what should happen is it'll slow it down. And then if you hold Shift, it should speed it up. But for some reason, it's not working that way for me today. You can also hit these buttons up here in the top. That'll slow down the channel box as well. And let's see. Yeah, so you can use those. There. Okay, so in my 2019 they changed it. It used to be you had to click on the attribute name and then middle mouse drag. Now you can just click on the value, and there's you can see the cursor changes, and I can just kind of click and drag right on there. Oops. So if I want to speed this up, right now it's just going by increments of 1. I hold down Shift, now it's going to be much faster. If I hold down Control, now you can see it's changing in increments of 0.1. So with this, you can kind of change how precise or fast your manipulator goes. So in 2019, it's the actual value. You just click and drag, no middle mouse. Older versions, you click on the name and then middle mouse drag in the viewport, and then hold down Control or Shift. I learned something today. Haha! I didn't realize they changed it. It is very helpful. I use that a lot when I'm doing modeling. Not so much animation, but modeling can be very helpful. Actually, another tip is let me see if I remember the shortcut here before I say it. Yeah, if you hold down Alt and then use the arrow keys on your keyboard, you can actually nudge the object based on your camera's view. So for example, if I hold down Alt and then move to the right, you can see I'm nudging. I'm not using my mouse at all. My pen's up in the air. I'm just using the keyboard, and I'm nudging it perpendicular to the camera. So I can move it straight up or down or whatnot. And then, let's see, I don't think Shift does anything. But that can be helpful if you just want to like move a few pixels of something. It doesn't work with rotations though. It just moves with move. So I really don't use that personally because most of the time I'm rotating things. But it is nice to have just in case you need it. Okay, so land. I think on this frame my translate X needs to have a bigger shift here. Because this is the impact frame. So this is when the hips are just going to like start really shooting off into a different direction because, well, she hit the ground. So I want that to kind of speed up here. So it's and then hit. Okay. Now I also need to animate the arms. And the leg. The leg, not so much. There we go. Yeah, there is a lot of motion happening. And there's going to be a lot more coming in later. I'll definitely need a key here. This is a big pop in movement. Okay, let's get the arms in place. Now for the arms, the big thing is because she's hitting, I kind of want to take the clavicles and kind of bring them down. So it feels like her weight, even of the arms, are kind of hitting. And let's bend the elbow a little bit here. So as she impacts, there's kind of a little bit of a bend. And then let's actually bend this a little bit more too, to show that weight going through. Oops. The arm needs a little bit better overlap. There we go. That's a little better. Okay, now the other arm here, it has to really come down, because her elbow has to get past her knee, which I think I'm pretty much gonna have to cheat because of how much I'm pushing the pose. Yeah, this is not gonna work quite right. I wonder if I can push this up higher here. Okay, I'll have to tweak that arm once I get into a few more keys. I could try to tweak it right now, but I think I'm just gonna fight it more than anything. Okay. So let's see how this looks. Default doing some kung fu. Oh, and let's see. A lot of motion happening there. Do you have this all drawn out, or how did you plan this animation? I looked at some reference, and then just kind of improvised, I guess you could say, from there. So I didn't draw anything out or animate it like in 2D first. I was mostly just took a lot of notes from the reference, really like just studied it as much as I could, and then dove into it. And let's see. I feel like before she lands, the left shoulder would have moved behind the leg. Yeah, I agree with you there. That left arm is going to be a pain if I don't move it sooner. Do you know how they do the shock impact in their play blast. Oh, do you mean like a effect? This is in that, if you're doing something like that, you usually do it post play blast. So you would just, like in After Effects or something, just draw out a circle, or you could just animate it in Maya. So I could create like a polygon disc. No, not a disc. Well, actually, no, a disc would work. Create polygon disc. So we've got this. Let me change it to a caps. This would basically allow me to, and I'm actually going to, let's assign a new material here. Let's do a surface shader. That way it's just pure color and not going to take on any lighting. Make it maybe white, just kind of nice impact color. Move it down. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take the faces in the center, delete those, and then I can just animate this. So shrink it and then effect. And if you want it to be a little bit more stylized, you can just kind of keep modeling it. So yeah, that's the way I would kind of approach that. It doesn't have to be very complicated, honestly. As long as it gets that effect that you want, that's really the important bit. Let's see. Do you perform the ref yourself? No, I did not. I found it on YouTube. I would break my back if I tried to do this. The default leader has earned Kung Fu. Okay, and she has come for vengeance. So let's take a look at this. Okay, so that's working pretty well. I'm gonna flip the video just so it's actually the same way as what we were looking at. Okay, so the beginning's still not animated, but that's working pretty well. Yeah, it still needs a lot of work, but I'm getting the feeling that I want. Yeah, her face is not working correctly right now. The big thing with her face is I'm using stepped preview in Maya here, and stepped preview, depending on the rig, will break certain things. So for example, where's a good frame here? I think it was like right, let's see here maybe. If I turn this off, you'll notice that her eyes change a little bit. Now this is not the best frame to show it, but right here, stepped preview, the eyes change. So because I'm using this just to make sure that things look good in the play blast, it's going to affect that. I've had some rigs where you enable this and their whole body kind of explodes, which is basically because you've got a lot of rigs have keys within the rig itself. So when you enable stepped preview, it's setting all the curves, even the ones that are built into the rig, to step mode, which breaks the animation on the rig, or the interpolation on the rig. Excuse me, losing my voice. So in order to fix that, just turn that off. Now the problem with that is if I do this, and I will do a proper face pass as well, then I get this, which is not looking good. So this basically allows me to avoid going back and forth between stepped curves and losing anything that I did on my hips. Wait, how come people who are animators need money to make animations? We don't need money. What? We get paid in the smiles of the children and the unicorns and the rainbows. Let's see. Will you add easing? Yes, I will definitely add some easing in here. Right now, I'm kind of trying to build in the ease in and out right into my poses. I still need to fix that pose. I'm not happy with that one. So I'm building ease out right into my shots. But once I go into splines, that's gonna help a lot to fix some of this stuff. And yes, I will drink. So how come someone said they need money to animate? Did someone say that earlier? I might have missed that one. Must have missed that one. So in order to animate, like, if you mean just like to animate on your own, I mean on YouTube, you don't need money to animate on YouTube, but the big thing is if you want to do it professionally, at least when you first start out, and keep in mind, I haven't done any YouTube stuff, but just from people I know, you kind of need financial backing or like a job on the side, because it's not going to be profitable at first. So in terms of like, you need money to animate, you need something to supplement your income until you can grow large enough on YouTube. So YouTube is, especially for animation, I'll just say this right now, it is terrible for animation. Especially with a lot of the new COPPA laws and stuff that came in, or not laws, but YouTube is following the COPPA regulations, and it can really mess with your channels if you're not careful. Also, the way the algorithm works in terms of paying on YouTube for animations, it's just not good. It doesn't favor animations. So you have, in terms of animating on YouTube, you have to be, it's going to be an uphill battle, definitely. And Vile Decon and Error, that's an awesome username. Thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, the problem with that COPPA stuff isn't so much like the children, it's the fact that Google or YouTube is trying to enforce a global rule based on a mistake they made. So for anyone who hasn't looked into this, I would recommend, if you're interested in YouTube stuff, definitely look into it. But it's basically that YouTube or Google, because they own YouTube, as a company, it is illegal for any company to what's the word I'm looking for? To collect information on children. So for example, when you go to YouTube and stuff, YouTube tracks all the videos you watch and it collects analytics on all the stuff you do. It is illegal, at least in the States, to collect that information on anyone who is 13 years old or younger. Well, YouTube never had a regulation for determining who was a certain age. And they ended up getting sued, I think, for $18 million. I think it was something like that. Because someone found out that they were doing that. So in order to prevent that, YouTube started following the COPPA regulations. Oh, was it 170 million? Oh, geez. Yeah. So instead of like letting that happen, they decided to follow this regulation. Which, for that regulation, what that basically means is that, yeah, this body needs to rotate faster here. That regulation basically stipulates that certain content has to be labeled as children's content, so that things don't get, or that analytics don't get pulled off of those and no information is collected on the kids. So YouTube put in this new, I guess you could say, rule where your channel could be marked as children's content. But because it's marked as children's content, it also then has to follow and match all the guidelines for children's content, which means no swearing, no like adult content in any way, which is fine if you do like children's content. But the problem is that based on their verbiage in their documentation, any animated content is children's content, which is just silly. But any animated content is children's content unless you specifically specify that it shouldn't be. And that alone is not great, because to automatically have your content labeled as, well, now it's for kids, if you don't double check that, you could be in a lot of trouble. And if you break that law, it's I think a fine of $42,000. Now, the way it's supposed to be handled is that if your channel is not children's content, so for example, let's say you're doing some animations, but it's kind of like Family Guy or something like that, well, you can just tell YouTube, hey, my channel's not for kids, it's adult content. There you go. The problem, and this is just the general problem with YouTube a lot of the time, is that let's say I post a video and I say, you know what, YouTube, this is not for kids. It's got some language in there, it doesn't follow the lines. Like, don't mark this as COPA material. YouTube has the right to go, no, that's kids material. And then later they'll go, what? You broke the law and posted that it's not kids material? How could you? So they are basically, because of their support system, not allowing people to change their own content or mark their content the way they want it to. They're putting content creators in a situation where they run the risk of basically being fined for YouTube's mistake, I guess you could say. For YouTube basically saying that the content should be what they think it is and not what the creator thinks it should be. So yeah, it's a whole thing. I definitely recommend looking into it a lot more if you're interested. And Ghost Animator, thank you so much for the follow. 45,000 per video. That's the big thing. Parents are also to blame. Yeah, the big thing is it should be a simple fix. Kids should be on YouTube Kids, which is like, that's great. There should be a YouTube for kids, because to be honest, lots of content on YouTube shouldn't really be watched by especially like really young kids. So that's great. It's also great that YouTube is following these guidelines and making sure that children are protected. That's great. The problem in general is that a lot of it tends to favor the companies paying for ads, not the creators, and that the creators have no like voice in the matter. If they think that their content should be one thing, it doesn't matter. It's what YouTube thinks their content should be. It's the same thing with like music strikes and stuff. I know people who've had like their video content ID'd and like removed from YouTube because it contained a song that they wrote. So they wrote their own song, put it onto a YouTube video, and then YouTube went, hey, this was used without the copyright owner's permission. Ban. So I personally love YouTube. I find it's a great platform, but it definitely needs a lot of work. Especially for animators and content creators. Yeah, Disney will probably buy it soon. It would definitely be a good like market share for them. Creators have the 13 up option in their settings, but YouTube idiots override that. Exactly. It's the fact that those options are overwritten. If it was simply a check mark, or like for example, if I had a channel that I only exclusively put content that's not for kids, so like it just contains foul language or whatever, I should just have an option that goes adult content or like 13 and up, or even like there should be rating systems even where it's like PG 13 and up, rated R or whatever, and there you go. And then people only see that content if they say, I want to see this, 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 and this. And there you go. And the same thing with ads. Like for me, it shouldn't be up to the content creators to police their content to make sure that it's ad worthy. Instead, at least it seems to me that it would be a cooler system if ads had the power to choose what videos they wanted to be on. So right now, I believe it's just any ad can play on any video, which means that, for example, let's say I were to make a video that's really crass and rude. Well, something like Pepsi or a Disney commercial wouldn't want to be on my channel because that's not their image. They don't want to be associated with that. So what YouTube currently does is it penalizes any channel that has swearing in the first minute or like things like that. But some commercials don't mind being on crass things, like beer commercials, for example, or certain companies. They don't mind. So it would be cool if the advertisers could just go, okay, I want to pay for advertisements, but my content should only be on videos that have a PG rating or lower. And there you go. And that way content creators can still create what they want. They might not get as much ad revenue, but they're not penalized and have to follow a global set of rules for just YouTube in general. I hope that makes sense. Bit of a tangent there. Let's see. Let's find this. But when you think back to old cartoons, the amount of adult jokes that flew over our heads, yeah, it's amazing. You look at like Animaniacs. Oh, it's amazing, like that they didn't get canceled. It's amazing what they got away with and what was okay back in the time. You consider Tom and Jerry, for example. They got away with so much. It was crazy. And that's not to say that we should go back to those days, but kids definitely are a lot more... They're tougher than we give them credit for. You consider a lot of the cartoons like Land Before Time or like the original Lion King. Mufasa's death was traumatizing. But it's a good life lesson. But yeah, that goes into a whole other talk about basically like I guess censorship is a good term for it, of should media be censored globally for example kids, or should it be up to the parents or groups to censor or decide what the kids should and should not watch? So for example, on YouTube, should there be a global censoring on all content, or should it be up to the parents to make sure that their kids are watching what they want them to watch? And Brandon, hello. Disney and Warner Brothers want to be want to rewrite their history. Warner Brothers is pretty good for the most part. Like they released a lot of old Warner Brothers cartoon or like Looney Tunes cartoons, and they basically released them as they were without editing them, and just put a warning at the beginning saying, "Hey, these contain views that are no longer appropriate." And that's great because we shouldn't forget about that history. Some of it's awful, but we have to kind of remember the bad stuff so that we make sure we don't fall back into it. Let's see. All the kid marketed shows these days are so washed down and covered over with rainbows and sparkles. How what reality really is. Yeah. And then if you look at like the really popular shows, they're the ones that tend to show a little bit of that reality. For example, Steven Universe. Even though it on the surface it's this really like, oh, everything's happy, everything's kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? It's just kind of a feel-good show. The themes that they cover are pretty deep. Gumball, The Adventures of Gumball. That show was like, it covered material that even like adult TV shows or TV shows for adults don't cover. It was so deep. So I think kids are still drawn to that kind of stuff, and actually do like it. Yeah, definitely parents. Yeah, and this just goes for anything really. Like, a lot of it comes down to the parents having to actually parent. Now, to be fair, for the parent side, there are times when no matter how much you parent something, the way that information is presented to the kids will give them information they shouldn't have access to. This was like early days of Google, for example. Even if you were to set all the safe search stuff, it would still not be safe search. But that doesn't mean that everything has to be censored globally. It just means that it has to be improved. So it's a fine balance. Did you know they made a preschool How to Train Your Dragon show? I think so, yeah. Is that the new one with the baby dragons? And then let's see, Rick and Morty. Rick and Morty is a really good show. I need to watch the last season. DuckTales is awesome. I actually just finished rewatching it last night. I just had it playing like on my other monitor while I was working on some projects, and I rewatched the whole thing. I didn't expect to, and by the end it's like, oh, season finale. Okay, that was fun. And then the original DuckTales is really good too. And Talia, thank you so much for the follow. That's awesome. Darkwing Duck is really nice. Let's see. Avatar: The Last Airbender. Oh, that was really good. You don't like the new DuckTales? I can see why. At the beginning, I had a hard time getting into it, but I really like it now. It's really good. Their storytelling is on point, good writing. The animation is fantastic, and a lot of the sections. I've actually been doing some animation studies from that show just because they're so good. Let's see. Oh, the How to Train Your Dragon. Oh, I haven't seen that. Yeah. I hope it would be good, but it's hard to say with like a preschooler show. Okay. Not the movie. Oh, don't you want to watch the movie though? It was so fantastic with those super slow earthbenders. 5 of them to move one rock. get this arm going. Let's see. I live through Netflix. Avatar looks good though. I'm looking forward to the new Avatar series. I hope it's going to be really good. It'd be cool to see that world again. Let's see. We don't talk about the movie. Still going through the original, and it's pretty solid. Yeah. I always have time for questions. Ask away. And Korra is also really good. I actually have all the art books right up there. You can't quite see them on the camera here, but they're just in the corner there. The art in that show and the attention to the visual details of things is glorious. Yeah, me too. I hope they go all out, and especially with the bending effects, I hope that really comes through. Let's see. Move to another state that I haven't found any jobs doing that yet. Thinking about transitioning to graphic design. Yeah, I animate exclusively with a tablet. I don't use a mouse when I'm animating. I find it gets in the way. How well do the two translate to each other? Also very excited for new Avatar. Nice. Graphic design versus animation. Now, certain things will apply. You just kind of have to be creative about it, and kind of be open to thinking of things in like different ways. So what I mean by this is, now just to double check, by graphic design, do you mean like logos and stuff, or actual like character design, stuff like that? Just so I'm not leading you astray. And I'm using an Intuos 3, an old tablet. I think it's about 15 years old now. But in terms of graphic design, the big thing to keep in mind is that a lot of the things that you learn in animation, the principles of animation, timing, spacing, all of that stuff, can be applied to other things. So an example of this that I kind of learned recently, and I had an interview the other day for a company looking for someone to make their infographics. Okay, so in that case, yeah, you can definitely apply certain things. It's not going to be everything. Some of it you're going to have to be very creative on how you apply those fundamentals, but it is definitely possible. So, for example, I visited Japan in September, August, September this year. And part of the trip, my brother and I don't know how it ended up happening, because it's not something we ever thought we would do, but we ended up going into a flower arrangement class. So how to make like flower bouquets and stuff like that, and learning the Japanese style of flower arrangement, which, again, very strange thing to do, but we ended up doing it anyway. And we've never done any flower arrangement ever. And when they were teaching us, they didn't teach us how to do the flower arrangement. They just kind of told us, here's the typical flowers we use. Here's an example of one we've done. Make your own. And that was about it. So what we ended up doing was we applied the principles of animation to our flower arrangements. So, for example, trying to remember specifics here, but on one of the flowers, for example, we did like we had long stems, and instead of just kind of placing them randomly, what we did was we tried to push an arc flowing through and then push the spacing of the flowers so that they would kind of grow and have this feeling of motion to them. So you'd have something like this. So this flow to it. We then used like concepts of arcs and line of action, of contrasting motion. So for example, if we go from this shape, go from here and then go into an S curve from that same line. Negative space, trying to fill in like negative space with smaller flowers, things like that. And so we used all those principles to arrange flowers. And kind of use the 3D principles of looking at your shot from all angles to make sure it looked good from all angles. And when we finished, the teacher who was showing us how to do flower arrangement took a look at our bouquets and just went, awesome. And that was it. She didn't change anything. She just went, yep, that's good. Whereas a lot of the other students, she would go in and like change a lot of stuff. And it's basically the same fundamentals. Like that's really it. It's kind of the same thing with posing, trying to find the line of action, the flow. Graphic design is very similar. My brother and I used to do graphic design a long time ago, before we were even bakers. And a lot of it was just trying to apply those principles into whatever you're working in. And at the time, we didn't even realize that it was animation principles or like could be related to animation. So I would say it's definitely possible. Is it going to be an exact translation of skills? No. There's definitely going to be some work in trying to get those to apply. But I hope that makes sense. And the tutors were completely befuddled and amazed by your work and begged you to share your techniques. They weren't that impressed. It wasn't that good. But it was interesting to see that they didn't correct us. So we weren't like completely off. Which that was interesting, because when we were putting the flowers together, like we thought we were gonna fail. We were just winging it and going, I guess this works, and we show it to each other and it's like, maybe put something there, like think of the arc. We were so expecting her to come to our table and just like look at the flower and rip it all out. Okay. I feel like the translate X needs to be pushed through here. Shift that weight a little bit more. What kind of song is this? This is World of Warcraft. Okay. That makes sense. Let's see. Server loading screen music. World of Warcraft is one of those games I wish I had played growing up. Never got the chance, unfortunately. Seems like it would have been a lot of fun. Especially when it first started and just kind of getting in early. so that you could just see the lore expand and grow. That would have been really cool. Okay, kind of need another frame right here. I also need to double check my translate Y, since that leg is starting to come up off the ground. Let's maybe not have it go quite so high. I might actually just bring the foot in instead. This foot feels off. I'm not a fan of it coming off the ground like that. I think I'd rather have it slide. So it's almost like she slides her foot up like that. Yeah, that feels better. That way she doesn't have to shift her weight so much. I never got to hear about your trip. Do y'all know Japanese or do you use a translator? We understand basic Japanese, not like super complex stuff. So like we can understand a conversation. To speak it, we still have trouble. There's just like, we know the structure, we know the words, we know like the rules, but when it comes to actually telling or speaking to someone in person, it all goes out the window and it's just like so we've still got that hurdle to get past, but we can read and write in hiragana and katakana, not in kanji yet. That is something we definitely need to work on. But yeah, it was an awesome trip. We definitely use a translator, especially when we needed to find a train ticket or something, or like something very specific that we didn't want to mess up. But yeah, if anyone's ever interested in going to Japan, I definitely recommend checking out the Akita region in the north. It's just beautiful up there. So nice. Okay, so I definitely need some more frames in here, but let me actually see what we've got here so far before I go too far. And get something to drink too. I forgot to turn on stepped key preview. Let's do this properly. If I play this now, we're gonna have horrors. The horror. Make sure I enable step preview and then play blast. Let's see. And then after this, I might actually call it here just because I need to get some food. And then I've got a few other projects I have to work on. I was hoping to get a few more poses, but I just saw the time. Let's see, Japan sounds so cool though. Yeah, it's so fun. It would. I highly recommend everyone check it out if you're interested. Like, if you love Japanese culture or Japanese cartoons or just Japan in general, try to go at least once. It's really a unique experience, especially if you go to small towns. They're so nice there. The town we were in, it's just a small town of like 5,000 people, which to me that's still a pretty big town. But we would go to like music concerts or just in a restaurant, and people would like sit by us and like offer us food and just talk with us, and like with genuine happiness, and like they just wanted to know us or know who we were and why we were here. And where did we come from, and oh, what's it like in Canada, and then we talk to them and ask them about the region and what they did, and it was just so much fun. That personal Japan, not just see the touristy things and see the touristy sites with the touristy people who see tourists every day. It was genuine people who just wanted to know and to get to know you. So that was really cool. I lived long enough to see a Pratt Bros actually take a swig of water. Yes, it does happen, and I'm hoping to keep it up and make a habit out of it. So it's not just a rare occurrence. Okay, so I think that flip is pretty much blocked in at the moment. The timing feels good for it. I definitely need more keys later on. I need to do a hand pass. I need to do a staff pass. I need to do a facial pass. I'm thinking maybe I might start doing some of the animation on my own time, because I know this must not be super interesting to watch, like just doing more keys and more keys and more keys and more keys, and I've still got quite a bit to do. So I might do some animation just on my own. That way, like, we can get the streams onto more like interesting things, like, oh, how would I approach the hands or the face or stuff like that. Definitely, if you visit another country, don't visit the tourist areas. Yeah, exactly. We did visit some touristy areas just because we wanted to see things like the Sky Tree. That was really cool. So we saw some of that, but I'm so glad we actually got to see the actual people and get to know those people and make some friends, versus just going to the Sky Tree and the Tokyo Tower and the like the temples, all of those, and that would be the extent of the trip. I think we would have been disappointed in Japan if we had done that. Not visually, like, it's so beautiful, but you wouldn't get to know the people. It was such a magical experience. It felt like we were living in a Ghibli film. Like, the people were so nice, especially up north, because it's kind of smaller communities and you're in the woods. It was just so good. You can still get something out of seeing you keying out this stuff. Mainly your thought process as you tweak things. Okay, as long as it's helpful. I don't want to kind of stream for hours on end and just you guys are. As long as you're interested in it and it's still helpful to you. Let's see. I'm just looking at this, trying to figure out what I need to do. Definitely need more keys. I need to block out the beginning, end, hand pass, staff pass, face pass, and then go into splines. Go to bed. Oh, I've got my second wind now. I'm just going to do a quick test here, just because I'm curious. This is gonna look awful, but I want to go into splines with everything. Oh. Everyone cross your fingers. It's going to be awful. Oh god. See, this is why you add breakdowns. Without breakdowns, horrible things happen. So let's actually start where the animation starts, frame 30. Okay. So there's definitely an FKIK pop right there. That's not a problem. That's just the making sure those constraints go in. Oh, and actually, let me undo this and make sure I select everything. I don't know if I did that. Okay. So auto tangent. That flip, you can see I keyed that very diligently, and look how clean that is. Aside from the FKIK pop there, everything else is pretty much working exactly how I want it to. It's going to require a little cleanup, but that's it. Even this beginning part here, like from frame 30 onwards, that's all working pretty well. I can see there's a little pop in like the chest right there, but everything else is like, I would say that's solid. The feet need to be a little, like, have some keys to tie them down. Everything else is working good. After that point, it's still working okay. It's actually interesting to see the staff spinning. That's cool. Now for the staff spinning, what I'm actually going to do is I created this extra spin control. Oops, there we go. To, why does it keep turning off? So that I can get some motion blur effects to it. And Artstoff, oh no, I'm just ending the stream again. No, why is it always when you jump in? This definitely needs more keys here. Like this part here does not work. And let's actually look at my keys. How many do I have here? Yeah, so you can see right there. I'm going from 106 all the way to 114, so 12 frame, no, 8 frames. No keys. That is not good. And then yeah, so the ending here definitely needs to be broken down more, but at least so far we've got this. The beginning needs that first bit, but getting there. Yeah, I think it's working pretty well. Definitely areas that I need to tweak still and push, but I want to make sure I have a solid base first. And yeah, and Artstoff, how's the rigging going, by the way? I haven't had a chance to check your streams lately, but I hope it's going well. And I should mention, for anyone who's interested in this rig, it is an awesome rig. Just because I did notice we've got some new people in here. You can find it here. It's free. It's a fantastic rig. I've been loving working with it. It's just so much fun to work with. It is free, but I would definitely recommend anyone who gets it, give something, even if it's just $1. It is worth it. This rig is well worth the money. And also check out Artstoff's Twitch channel. And Artstoff, well, I guess you could just click on the username. Let's see. I want to post a link to your channel there. Boop. Let's see. Oh no, my chat. It broke. There we go. Boop. So yeah, definitely check out his channel and subscribe. He does some great work. Yeah. So chipping away into the textures, nice. Is it going to be flat lighting like this rig, or is it gonna be like, I don't want to say regular textures, but like with lighting? We can talk about it in front of the oh yeah, the Mandalorian rig. People have been voting for a Mandalorian rig. So yeah, this one is BR, is, oh, PBR. Okay, nice. So I think with that we can probably call it here. I'm trying to think if I need to do anything else on this animation before I call it. I would have liked to get a little bit more done, but I think maybe next time when I'm streaming, I'll try to do a quieter stream, in the sense of instead of like trying to explain every single step of the process, I might just try to animate as quickly as I can. I don't know if that's going to be as helpful, but maybe it'll be a little bit more interesting. Ooh, nice. So this is the new rig. Oh, that looks cool. Nice. That's going to be awesome. That's cool. I love the eyes. It looks so cool. That's going to be fun. Animation Zone stream. Yeah. I think if I did an Animation Zone stream, I would need something else playing just so people can kind of watch like something like a video game playing in the corner or something. So you, especially for the boring parts where it's just like spacing. It's a little bit more interesting than yeah, garden pause. There you go. A book rig. If you need a book rig, I think there might be one on Animation Buffet, or as Jean Denis says it, Animation Buffet. Buffet. Animation. Let me find the link for you. So for anyone who doesn't know about this site, this is an awesome blog created by Jean Denis Haas, who also has an amazing YouTube channel. Oh yeah, the Zelda rig also has a really good book prop, so you can check that out too. But this is a really cool site that basically catalogs a bunch of free assets and resources. And like I said, it's created by Jean Denis Haas, which is a mentor at Animation Mentor. He also does Spongella, which is a blog, as well as a YouTube channel, which you can find down below. And he basically just posts a bunch of free assets. And I think there might be a book asset in here, if I remember correctly. It's been a while. Let's see, props. They have a juice box. This sword rig is really good. If ever you have to animate something with a sword and your character doesn't have a sword, the Zelda rig has an awesome master sword, so that kind of beats out. A master sword will always win. But if you need a good sword, this is a pretty good one. It's got a lot of cool effects, and you can bend it and all sorts of really nice things. Doesn't look like there's a book rig. Why was I thinking? I know I had a book rig once. Oh, dang it. I was so hoping. Yeah, but check out the book rig on the Zelda rig right here. It's actually really cool. So, want to work now, but 2 a.m. See, just be like me. Only sleep a couple hours, then you're good. No, don't be like me. Get your sleep. Sleep. Good night's sleep. At least 6 to 8 hours. I think I saw one on Turbo Squid once. Yeah, I know there's a good paper rig if you do a Google search for that. It should still be around. It was a while back. Yeah, sleep is overrated. Who needs sleep? 2 hours, that's plenty. We're animators, we're riggers, we're modelers. Sleep, that's what the computer is for. We sit here and we fall into a trance, and our brain falls asleep as we keep working. It's natural. But anyway, don't follow that advice. Get some sleep, drink your water, eat food, live a healthy life, take care of your wrists, stretch, work out. It doesn't have to be a big workout. Even just like moving around is going to be so much better for you in your careers. Don't fall into the habit of just doing only animation like all day, every day. You're going to burn yourself out, and you're not going to be able to continue your career. So work at being healthy. Work at living a healthy life. Still on the computer. Yeah. You can't be on the computer too long. There's no such thing. computers are made to be on. How else will they exist? We have to be there for them. We're their friends. You should sell a t-shirt, drink your water. Yeah, I need to make some t-shirts one day. I'd like to. And Cameron and I actually found a good company that does really good, like, quality shirts. The material is so nice. So might be something where we look into. But anyway, before I go on another whole tangent, thank you so much, everyone, for stopping by and hanging out in this stream, for watching me animate and asking questions. I always love it when everyone asks questions. And yeah, hopefully I'll see you in the next stream. The next one I'll be doing, we've got the Wednesday stream. The Friday and Monday streams were actually going to be gone, so I don't think we'll be streaming then. So maybe next Monday, not this upcoming Monday, but next Monday I might do a morning stream. So take care, everyone, and I'll see you around. Bye. Oh, and I just saw your question, Peter. If you have hopefully everyone's still here. Hopefully you haven't left yet. If you have a question about your animation, I'd be happy to take a look at it. So if you have a post on it, definitely let me know. And then I think I missed someone's shot. I said I was going to look at their shot, and then I think I missed it, which now I'm feeling bad now that I think about it. I did miss it. Hopefully they'll post it on Discord and I can give them some feedback. But let's see. Peter, if you're still here, just let me know. Oh, my camera's not focusing. There you go. Let me know. I can take a look at your work. If not, I came back so fast. As soon as I hit the button to go to the credits, it's like, oh shoot, the message popped up. And oh wait, I think I see it here. In the stream suggestions. No, wait, the feedback. Okay, yay. So let's take a look at this. And doop. The Flash. Okay. So let's take a look here.
Thanks for the Christmas tree.
Nice. That feels much better than the last time. It's feeling really solid. So overall it's working really well. I like the hand animation you added. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you can't see. Boop. There we go. There we go. Let me lower the volume there for you guys. Okay, so overall it's working really well. The main thing I would say is for the body motions, he kind of hits this pose here and kind of stays perfectly still, which in 2D animation is not a bad thing. It's amazing how much you can just hold a pose in 2D animation. But the main thing I would try to do is to and this depends on your acting choice, but if he's going thanks, like raising his hand, there's going to be an overshoot in there. So let me go full screen here. So if I raise my hand quickly and just hi, you can see how my hand goes up and then settles back. And I'm not trying to force this. It's just hi, or thanks for the condition. Thanks. So it goes up and then settles. It doesn't just go up and then freeze. Now if you're going really slow, so hi, like that, then yes, it would not go over. But in this case, because he's kind of raising it up pretty quick, and even if I don't go really fast, there's still that overshoot. And that's going to add a lot to your shot, adding that extra little overshoot in there. The other thing is really trying to watch your spacing on the elbow so that as it comes up and down, that you get a nice breakup of action, a nice overlapping action. So right now what's happening is your elbow comes up and then it goes down and then it comes back up right here. So you can see how it kind of goes up and down right through there. Try to keep that simpler so that you just get a nice clean direction. So for example, if I'm going to raise my arm like this, it goes up and then down. So up and down. Or if I do this, same thing, up and down. It doesn't go up, down, down. Even if I raise my hand like this, it's just up. So hi. If anything, it'll come down right at the end. Up, down. So simplifying that motion is going to be very helpful. And for motions like this also applies to anytime you're animating like limbs and things like that. Or sorry, not limbs, tails, whatnot. I like to simplify the motion at first. So for example, he's got no arm here. Now as it comes up, just create like a stick with a joint like that. And now as you're animating it, you can quickly, let's see, new sketch. You can quickly break things down. So as his arm comes up, now that will keep going up here. We want to break up the action so that the elbow and the upper arm don't keep the exact same angle. So maybe even at the first pose here, lower this a little bit like that. Comes up, keeps going up here, and we're offsetting this motion. So maybe let's drag this a little bit more. Then it comes up, starts to come up there. I'll just go every 2 frames. Keeps going up. And I'm gonna end up overdrawing here. So I'm pushing this drawing to be further than it should go. Don't go as far as I'm going here. This is for example purposes only. And I should say, Bull Sculpt, thank you so much for the follow. So, let's actually get into that last pose here. So his shoulder is right there. Elbow is there. We've got a really heavy song for an animation critique. So you've got this. Let's actually make sure I put the joint in here too. Okay, so I'm actually going to redo some of these just to get the spacing right. So if I'm planning something like this, I've got my first pose right there where the arm comes up. My second pose here, that's the end pose. Now I can break this down by thinking of the spacing and the arcs. So for example, the elbow. I want it to come up and then back down. So that would be my arc right there. Because as we move our arms, it always moves in an arc. It doesn't move just... even if I try, I can't move my elbow just straight up in a perfect line. It's going to move... I'm going to exaggerate this, but it's going to move outwards. Because we're rotating it from a point. The only way I could get it to move perfectly straight is if I countered my chest and rotated the opposite direction. So that's the arc right there. So from here, let's figure out the spacing. So should the arm ease out, so start slow and then speed up, or maybe it's already been traveling fast and it just goes and then settles down. Either one is fine. But we can just create our spacing chart right here. So let's say something like this. And maybe I kind of wanted to go fast at the beginning here, so it kind of looks like he's raising his arm with speed. With gusto. So like that. So I've got my spacing chart. With this, I can just block in my poses. So let's go with, no, let's go black. So now this pose is going to be here. The next one is going to be up. Let's see, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2. I would actually go higher, and then 1, 2. Let's actually two, 2, 2. So something like that. You could also do the same for the shoulder. So the shoulder is going to move as well. We've got that clavicle. So the shoulder follows what the arm is going to do. So same kind of arc, maybe just a little bit more subtle. Let's do this in a different color. So the shoulder might come up this way and just have a little bit of a settle here. And once again, we get that spacing. I love this song, by the way. Super Mario 64. That game was a big part of my childhood. So something like that. So you've got those positions, and you do the same thing with the elbow, or sorry, the wrist. Let's do that in orange or purple. So the wrist is technically off screen right here, but how do we want it to come up? Once again, we can overlap it. So it's going to start here, and we can make this really exaggerated motion here. I really push it a lot more. And then once again, just figure out that spacing. So maybe there. This one might drag, so it's actually going to be slower at the beginning than the rest. And let's push this even more. So it's slower, and then it speeds up. Okay, there. So maybe there. Yeah. So what I'm looking at is the amount of spacing compared to other frames to make sure I keep something interesting. Make it bigger. Now it gets really big. Comes up here and comes down. And then probably another frame to settle. Right there. So now you've got that. Let me actually clean this up here. So, oops, this frame. Oop. So now we've got this. And if we just look at this without anything else, so I'll just turn on the layers here. And let's clean this curve up here. Don't need to see it. Suddenly we've got that. Which, if we just look at this alone, there you go. And let's actually, I'm just going to finish it up here by adding just a tiny little move right there on both of these. Okay. So now we have, whoop, and that's hello, or thank you. And we've just got spheres, but we've made an appealing animation just with that. At this point, all I need to do is draw over. So this is where my drawing skills are not the best. Oops, there you go. Scroll. There you go. So now I can just kind of put the arm in right there. It'll help if I actually turn on that. And just kind of push this shape. And then for the wrist, you would do the same thing. So you wouldn't have to like worry about the wrist being any different. It's the same principle. So we'll see how terrible this is. So you have that. And now you can see how it's, my lines are terrible, but it's this nice little whoop and done. And this is one of those principles that you can apply to any complex motion, especially if you're having issues like trying to block it out or understand it. This can apply to anything. So for example, with my shot here, I mentioned this earlier, but one of the big things that I did was that by default, this shot is very complex. There's a lot of motions happening. It's a lot to deal with. So we've got all of this motion happening right in here. Lots of stuff. And instead of having to try and deal with all that and make sure that it's appealing while concentrating on everything, I just constrained a sphere to the hips of the character, and I just looked at that. And if that looks appealing and is interesting, I know the rest is going to be too. So if you can do that, then you're in a good spot. So if I can make the hand wave feel like a wave with just some circles, when I add the anatomy afterwards, it's going to feel good. Let's see. Are there any other animation streamers or related Twitch beside Artstuff and Sir Wade? I have some recommended ones down below that you can check out. The big one I would recommend is Sean Lee. He's a Disney animator. He has his own animation workshop as well. So you can take his workshop and he teaches you some animation stuff. He's really awesome, a super nice guy. So I would definitely recommend checking him out. But there's also a few others down below. Oh, no worries. I know, like, looking down below, it's not super intuitive. I wish there was kind of a way to put it like higher up, like a button of recommendations, so that people don't have to keep scrolling down. I think I can't remember if I have a command for it either. I'd have to double check. I should. Recommendations. Yeah, definitely check out Sean Lee. I don't know if he's streamed recently. I think he's busy with work, but I'm looking forward to when he starts streaming again. I never get a chance to actually watch his streams, but I kind of catch up on them afterwards, and they're really good. Let's see, recommendations. No, it doesn't work. I should make that a thing though. But going back to this, lip sync wise, it's feeling much better. Let me actually listen to it. So when he goes hello, I like that you're opening the mouth before the sound. So his mouth opens here, but then we hear the H after that. That's good. What I would do is when he opens his mouth, don't have the tongue in here just yet. So let's clean this up just a little. Just showing a little bit of the tongue down below there is fine. So something like this. So this way he goes heh, and then when he goes ooh, right there. And let me turn that off. So now you get the hello. So the tongue goes up instead of going hello. Because his mouth opens and the tongue's already there, it's kind of a little odd. Where does he work? He does work at Disney. Cameron and I actually were at Disney Studios last week, just visiting and giving a tour there. And we actually saw him, or at least I think it was him. We walked down a hallway and we looked over to the side and I saw him and he was looking down at some stuff, so I didn't get to wave, but I'm pretty sure it was him. And then we were gone. It's like, wait, what's that? Where's the name on the door? I can't see. But yeah, that was interesting. It would have been cool to say hi to him, even if it was just in passing. We did also see Eric Goldberg, so that was fun. Knishmash trick. Okay, so for the lip sync, the only other thing I would recommend is for, I think he's saying Bob? Ob or Bob? I can't quite tell. Okay, Ob. So for B sounds, B's, P's, and M's are special sounds. So let me... B, P, M are special sounds because the mouth has to be closed when, or in order to create that sound. But there is a difference between the B's and P's and the M. M, when we do an M sound, the mouth has to be closed when we hear that sound. So if I go mouth is closed. Closed. I can't go I can't do the sound with my mouth open. It creates more of a G sound. Sound. The mouth has to be closed when we hear that sound. B's and P's are different. They have to be closed before the sound. So when we go B, when you hear the actual B sound, the B, that's the lips opening and the sound exploding out. These are plosives. The type of sound is called a plosive, and it's basically B. It explodes. B. So the mouth has to be closed to form that sound, but the actual sound itself happens after, or as the mouth opens. So when we hear the... So right here, we can kind of hear the B right here on frame 50. So the mouth has to be closed here and here for 2 frames typically. And then open up here. Now you don't have to go ab and make a big thing, but ab. And it just opens up. If it doesn't open up, there's no way you can make that B sound. Yeah, so I think those would be my main notes for you. The big one is the wave. Not that the wave isn't working, but if you really want to push it to that next level, adding that kind of breakup and then that overlap of the joints, and then the same thing for the tip of the fingers or like the palm. So I just kind of drew like to the wrist, but you could do the same thing here and then here. Now the fingers won't overlap a lot. This is one of the big... when you start learning how to do overlap and stuff, a lot of people overlap the fingers. Fingers don't overlap. If I do this and shake my hand around my fingers are not overlapping. My wrist is. I'm not doing anything with my wrist. My wrist is just kind of bouncing around and overlapping. The fingers are not. They are moving, but they do not overlap. And I'm going to go full screen for this. Hopefully my camera is going to focus. So what happens is that the fingers are controlled by tendons going down the wrist. You have tendons on the front, tendons on the back. And you can actually see them, like if I do this, hopefully you can see like right there, those are the tendons in the back. There you go. The front is harder to see because they're inside, but you can see them like right there in the wrist. That's one of the tendons right there. So those are running from your fingertips down, and there's other tendons and stuff there. But because fingers are controlled by tendons and not by muscles, what this means is that when I move my hand, the tension on those tendons is going to determine what the finger poses are if my hand is relaxed. So if I'm not relaxed, I can pose my fingers out however I want. If I just relax my hand like that, the angle of the fingers will determine on the angle of the wrist to the arm. So if I bend my wrist forward, the fingers straighten. If I bend the wrist back, they curl. And you can try this yourself. You'll notice that as you go one way, the fingers straighten. As they curl, or as your wrist goes back, they curl in. The reason for this is the tendons on the front and the back. If I go like this side here squashes, which means it's relaxed. There's not much strain there. This side stretches. The tendons are stretching across this bend here, which means that they tighten up, which means that you can even do this. If you just pull the skin on the back of your hand, you can see how the fingers straighten a little bit. It's just doing that. Your tendons are tightening on the back, which straightens the fingers. If we go this way, it's the opposite. Those tendons are now relaxed and these ones are tighter, which means that it'll curl the fingers in. So you get that. So if you're waving your hands around, the fingers are changing, but they're not really overlapping like we would do with the wrist or anything else. They are just changing based on the form or the angle of the wrist and the arm. So keep that in mind. Like when you do that wave motion, up until this point can wave and create this overlap sense. Fingers are not going to do that. Hey, one platypus, how's it going? I'm actually just about done the stream here, but it's good to have you back. Get to see that username one last time, or hopefully just for this stream. Maybe we'll see it again in future streams, which would be awesome. But I hope that helps, Peter. And if you have other questions on that, definitely let me know. But I think with that, unless anyone else has questions, are you really, or are you going to pop back? It depends on if there's questions, because I know there's like a lag. So whenever I hit that button, I'm always worried like, oh, did I miss something? So I just kind of watch the chat for a little bit. Oh, awesome. So yeah, if anyone has questions, and you want them answered in future streams, definitely feel free to join the Discord. You can find the link down below, or I believe there's the command Discord now. Feel free to join that, and always feel free to ask questions. I can't promise that I'll be able to answer them right away, because a lot of times it depends on my work schedule, but I do always try to answer them as soon as I can. Yeah, and I think with that, we can call it here. Thank you so much again, everyone, for hanging out and watching all of this. It was a lot of fun to animate and chat with you all, and hopefully I'll see you in a future stream. So take care, and I'll see you around. Bye.